public hearing for the 78 Cranberry Road. I'd like to just go through the general rules that we follow here for public hearings. The applicant will present their project, and then during that time, commissioners can ask questions from the applicant during their presentation. It is not open to the public to speak to the applicant. It's an opportunity for the commissioners to clarify things if they have questions. When the applicant is done, we'll turn it over to the public. Anyone who wishes to speak will have the opportunity to speak. I want to remind you that we are not involved in traffic, air pollution, air noise, things like that. Our charter is to protect wetlands. And so if you can limit your comments to things specific to the wetland issues, we'd appreciate that. We would appreciate that you don't interrupt each other and don't interrupt the applicant. Everyone will get a chance to speak that wishes to speak. It is not an opportunity for dialogue with the applicant. You have an opportunity to present information to the commission that we may not be aware of, but as neighbors you do. And it's your opportunity to ask questions. But as we commonly say, it's one and done. You have one opportunity to say everything that you wish to say, and then we move to the next person. And then after everyone has had their chance to speak or ask questions, it will, the public hearing will then revert back to the applicant. Thank you. One thing I do want to say is when you come up to speak, if you could tell us your name and give us a reference of where you live or where your proximity to this site so that we have an understanding of your perspective. Then it goes back to the applicant. The applicant will respond to many, if not all, of the points that are raised. And during that time, again, the commissioners are allowed to, have questions and communications with the applicant. After that, we'll discuss, if it's appropriate to close the public hearing or to keep it open. There's a lot of you here today, so we will try and get to everyone. We may have to continue this to another date as well, but we will do our best. And with that, I think, did I forget anything? No. Okay. I understand that you would like to support your neighbors and your friends, and clapping is commendable, but sometimes it slows down the process. So if you could keep the clapping maybe to a minimum, that would be great. So we'd like to let everyone have a chance to speak and go on record. Okay, with that, I'd like to call to order the public hearing, S15 643 78 Cranberry Road, Special Properties 2 LLC, construction of a 15-unit conservation development in and adjacent to wetlands and a water course. Roll call, please.
Karen DeStefis?
Here.
Bill Nightingale?
Here.
Matt Caputo?
Here.
Ed Hollington?
Here.
And Robert Mercurio?
Here.
Okay, we have a legal notice?
Yes, legal notice of the hearing was properly posted in the Norwalk Hour twice on Friday, June 12th, 2015, and Thursday, June 18th, 2015. We've also received a copy of the certificate of mailings to the abutting and across the street neighbors from the applicant.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll turn it over to the applicant.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. For the record, my name is Liz Succi. I'm an attorney with Carmody, Torrance, Sandak, and Hennessy, 707 Summer Street, Stamford, Connecticut, and we represent the applicant Special Properties 2 LLC. As a matter of housekeeping, I'd like to provide Ms. Barricchetti with the original certificate of mailing. Good evening, and thank you for having us this evening. We are looking forward to presenting to you this 15-unit conservation development at property at 78 Cranberry Road in Norwalk. It's a 15.4-acre property that many of you are familiar with from your past experience with the prior application for the Connecticut Friends School. We look forward to making our presentation to you this evening. There are a variety of people from whom you will hear testimony and evidence and other information. I'd like to identify them for you. Some of them will be, I'd ask that you qualify them as experts, which I'm sure you will. In any event, to move along, first is Jim Fieber. He's a principal of Special Properties 2 LLC and a principal in the Fieber Group, which is a New Canaan-based land development company that's been around for nearly 80 years. It's known for its responsible, respectful, and sensitive development projects, some of which are here in Norwalk, including Linden Heights, which is a conservation development of 33 units on 11 acres, constructed in 1996 in an A residence zone, so that's one you may be familiar with. There's also another development on Scribner Avenue, which included bridging the 5 Mile River as part of that development. Mr. Fieber was also involved in the development of Dorland Terrace down on Gregory Boulevard by Shore and Country Club. And that has over 100 units and is in a coastal zone, not an inland wetland application. And finally, one that may be of note to you and maybe of interest is a development in Stamford called Twin Oaks, which is very similar to this development that we're proposing. However, that one is 4 times as large with 60 units. That, however, is also a conservation development. In addition, this evening is Keith Russo, who is in the audience. He is also with the Fieber Group. He's been their site planner and project engineer for, I guess now, nearly 2 decades. He's a Connecticut licensed landscape architect and has been instrumental in the planning of this project with a keen eye toward preservation and protection of the natural resources that exist thereon. Tonight you will also hear from Holt McCord, a principal of McCord Engineering, who has more than 30 years experience in civil engineering in Fairfield County, with a lot of that experience in Norwalk projects here in town, including the Friends School that was before you in 2006. He was recently involved in a 9-unit conservation development that you may have seen just up the road on Chestnut Hill, the Fawcett 9-unit conservation development. He is fully familiar with the zoning, conservation, public works, and other regulations and policies of the City of Norwalk. In addition, we expect you to hear from Kate Throckmorton, who is our landscape architect. She has more than 20 years experience with wetland designation, landscape design, and environmental analysis, both for inland wetland and for coastal area management applications. She is a principal in the Norwalk firm of Environmental Land Solutions. I would ask that when these individuals speak, that you qualify them as experts, since their education and experience, I think, demonstrates that they are certainly to be qualified as experts, and I ask that you do that. Before we get to the heart of this matter, there are some issues that I'd like to address and some hopefully narrowing of the issues. This is before you because this 15-unit conservation development has wetlands on the property. And we are proposing an impact to about 2,800 square feet of wetlands to create driveway, very similar to what you saw with the Friends School. And in mitigation of that 2,800 square foot impact, we're proposing about 2,700 square feet of wetland restoration and improvement. Furthermore, there is activity proposed in the upland review area for the creation of some of the homes, some roadways, and some other construction activity, and also to reclaim and restore some of the wetlands that have been filled or destroyed and damaged in the past. We welcome this opportunity to present this very reasonable and responsible development, which we believe serves many purposes, not only conservation purposes, but also purposes of zoning, but they're all intertwined with conservation development. This proposal conserves and protects the land, enhancing its appearance, character, and natural beauty. It preserves a good deal of the land for park and recreational purposes. It preserves and protects the terrain of the land and its beauty. It protects the Stony Brook to avoid water pollution and flooding. It preserves 4.9 acres of on-site inland wetlands and watercourses. And in addition to the 5 acres that are currently in conservation easement and conservation restricted areas, which will remain, an additional 5 acres will be set aside as a conservation easement area, bringing the total conservation easement area of this project to over 10 acres. Before we proceed, there are a few issues that I'd like to address, a few myths that I'd like to dispel, some concerns and incorrect information that seems to be out in the public. And I don't know if that's just because individuals are not aware of what this development is about or didn't quite understand what we were trying to describe in our written documents. But first of all, the land use of this project is AA residence zone. Now, I know this is not the zoning commission, but it's important to note that there has been no change in the zoning designation of this property. It is AA residence. It will remain AA residence. Conservation developments are allowed in a AA residence zone and have been so allowed for nearly 3 decades. In Norwalk, there are approximately 21 conservation developments in the 3 zones in which they're allowed, A, AA, and AAA. They've been constructed since 1980, and they're spread out throughout the city. Second of all, no change in zone has been sought by this application. No new use, no change in zone. It is still AA residential. It is going to be AA residential after whatever your decision is and whatever the zoning commission's decision is on this project. And in this zone, AA residential allows for single-family dwellings on half-acre lots, schools, colleges, churches, mosques, synagogues, athletic fields, firehouses, much like the application you just heard, convalescent homes, nursing homes, congregate housing, and other uses of similar nature. Some may feel that those uses are better. We believe that the proposal that will be presented to you this evening is the best use of this land, the most reasonable, the most responsible, and best protects the natural resources thereon. The existing conservation easement and restriction, both of which were effectuated in 2007 in connection with the Friends School, they remain in force and effect. They have not been changed or proposed to be changed in size, location, configuration, or the terms and conditions of that easement and restriction. There's been no effort, no desire to make any changes whatsoever to those two encumbrances. And as some of you may remember, those two, the easement and the restriction, came about by virtue of the discussions following the Friends School. And it was my client, Mr. Fieber, who owned the property at the time, who endorsed this concept, who supported this concept, and who agreed to the easement and to the restriction, and he does so today. One of the other comments that I've heard is that 2/3 of this acreage is going to be clear cut, that 2/3 is going to be gone. It's quite the opposite. 2/3 of the property, when all is said and done, will be preserved. It's in a conservation easement. Half of it already is, and another 5 acres will be added to that if in fact this project is approved. There have been some comments about the density of this application. That really isn't a conservation issue, but density is a mathematical formula that is set forth in the zoning regulations. You take the total square footage, you divide by the lot area for this zone, 21,700 square 50, you multiply by 0.85, and you come up with a number. And only 1/3 of the wetlands on any property for which a conservation development is proposed may be used in that calculation. So we didn't come up with any number just out of a hat. It's a specific mathematical calculation, and that's borne out in the plans, and those calculations are set forth in all the reports and plans that are part of this application. So now that I hope that some of the questions that neighbors have raised, that I've read in various publications, misinformation and perhaps lack of understanding of what this application is all about, I think some of these issues are important that you know where we're coming from, what the accurate information is. Now we can move on to the project itself. So thank you for your indulgence. As I said before, the property is at 78 Cranberry Road at the corner of Cranberry and Newtown. It's 15.4 acres, AA resident zone. It has just shy of 5 acres of wetlands and watercourses on the property. Stony Brook corridor is about 3 acres and flows through the site. There's a pond, a beautiful pond in the south, let me get my bearings again, southwest corner of the property. It's about 1 acre. And then there are other wetland pockets throughout the property. And you'll hear more about the wetlands that exist, their function, their quality, and how they are fed from Kate and from Holt. Currently, the property is improved with the remnants of sheds, foundations, tennis court. It still has the old White Barn Theater that was Lucille Lortel's pride and joy. The summer stock was there from probably the 40s into the late 90s, early 2000. Her dwelling and garage, when the summer stock was in session at the White Barn Theater, she lived on the site in a house that still exists there. There is also remnants of a very large parking lot in the north central section of the site. There are various wetland crossings and a roadway system that traverses into the property off Newtown, around the barn, up to the parking lot in the north, in the back of the barn, then it skirts the eastern property line and comes out onto Cranberry Road. As I said before, the White Barn Theater had productions during the summer through the early 2000s. Then in about 2006, 2007, the Connecticut Friends School approached my client in the hope that it could create a school building on this property. And it did so, and it received all the approvals from this agency and from the Zoning Commission to construct a 24,000 square foot building for 125 students and 25 staff. There would be on-site parking. The crossing from Newtown Avenue into the site was going to be used. There were some impacts to the wetlands proposed at that time, and that was why this commission saw the application at that time. So the wetlands that we propose to be impacted are very similar in nature, size, and scope to the wetlands that were impacted in connection with the Friends School, which this commission approved. Ours is slightly smaller than what the Friends School proposed and what was finally approved. As I said before, 5.1 acres is conservation easement area granted to the land trust in the state. The property is still owned by the Friends School. They still maintain ownership. That was never conveyed. The land was never conveyed. An easement was granted over it. A 0.45 acre conservation restriction was granted to the city. That remains in force and effect. So, our current proposal is to establish a conservation development, as is permitted in this zone, for 15 units. Part of the conservation development requires that 50% of the land mass be set aside in the conservation easement area. So whenever you have one of these, you're already starting with 50% of the land being set aside. We have conservation developments in the AA residence zone. Falls River at Silvermine is one. That's 16 acres. It has 8.2 acres of conservation area, and there are 26 units. That was developed in 1990. Foxborough on Main Avenue, that also is 15 acres with just about 7 in conservation land with 26 units, 1991. Gettner Farms on Richards Avenue has 13.3 acres, 6.9 are conservation easement area with 22 units, and that was developed in 1995. And lastly, High Meadow at Gettner Farms is just shy of 5 acres. It has 2.28 acres of conservation easement area, and there are 8 units there developed in 2001. This project proposes the development of 15 units spread out into 2 different pockets. 7 units are proposed in the north area, which is the area where the parking lot currently exists for the White Barn Theater. Then there are 8 units proposed along the southern, we call it the southern side, generally in the area of the existing Lucille Lortel home and cottage. With a conservation development, we have a 40-foot setback around the entire property. A typical subdivision, a conventional subdivision, which would also be something that to which this property could be put, that requires a 40-foot front setback, maximum side yard setback of 20 feet, and maximum rear setback of 25 feet. So a conservation development already increases the setbacks required for any development thereon. Each dwelling will be 30 feet apart from the next, and we are 55 feet or more from the dwellings to the wetland pocket, particularly the pond. Excuse me, from the wetlands, we're more than 75 feet of setback from the edge of the pond to some of those dwellings in that southern pocket of new homes. 2/3 of the entire 15 acres, or 10.4 acres, are going to be in conservation development. Much of the development is going to occur in previously disturbed areas such as the parking lot, roadways, some of which will be removed, and the existing house and garage where Lucille Lortel lived. We propose that the driveway that leads from the back of the property along the eastern property line out to Cranberry Road to be removed. That will eliminate traffic coming out onto Cranberry Road. We believe it also enhances the character of that portion of the property, and it also addresses some of the immediate concerns of those neighbors directly to our east, particularly Mr. Hinken. The Newtown Avenue driveway, it exists today. It will be widened slightly to meet city standards, hence the need to intrude upon the wetlands that exist there. And we believe that what we propose is the least intrusion possible with the least amount of impact possible in order to make that driveway access safe and properly accessible. As I mentioned earlier, we have approximately 2,800 square feet of impact to the wetlands to create the widened driveway. The Friends School had about 4,000, which we subsequently reduced to about 3,200. We proposed 2,700 square feet about in mitigation for the loss of wetlands, almost one-to-one wetland loss and wetland improvement restoration. And that is in 2 sections. There's wetland restoration area A in the central corridor of the property, about 1,300 square feet, and then wetland area restoration B in the north area near where the overhead power lines are. Some of the other benefits of this particular development that we see as important that you should consider. We believe this development is far superior to a conventional subdivision. With a subdivision, there is no requirement in the city of Norwalk to set aside any open space. You have a lot, you divide it up, there's no set aside. As we said before, conservation development has a mandatory 50% set aside for conservation area. There's a mandatory 40-foot setback on all sides. That's not required with a subdivision. There's a mandatory 40-foot under zoning from the wetlands, which is not required under a subdivision. And we believe that the benefit of a conservation development in its creation and need for a homeowners association would result in better management of houses, the driveways, the lawns, the conservation area itself, greater control over the parcel as a whole, no creep of accessory buildings such as swing sets or pools or sheds into that upland review area or coming closer to the edge of the wetland or the watercourse, and certainly no creep of other uses such as if it had been a school there, I would suspect you would have seen an athletic field proposal. If it had been any of the other uses, there may be accessory buildings that when needs change, all of a sudden you're seeing additional requirements, additional requests for regulated activity. So that's my brief presentation. I'm sorry I've taken as long as I have, but I think it's necessary to lay a framework and to give you a perspective of what the property is, what it's been, where it's come from, and how we've arrived at the position we're in today. So if you would indulge me, I'd like Hilton Cord of McCord Engineering to go through the site plan, drainage, drainage analysis, and other related components of his analysis of the project.
Good evening, my name is Hilton Cord. I'm a registered professional engineer, principal of McCord Engineering Associates. I'm a licensed engineer since 1983 in New York and Connecticut. I've started McCord Engineering Associates back in 1987, and it's been 30 years plus of site development and engineering projects for private developers, municipalities, and here we are today with this one. We were also the engineers for the Connecticut Friends School, which you heard a little bit about from Liz with regard to the previous application for this property. I'd like to talk to you briefly about the site itself, the utilities, the storm drainage, flood control, soil erosion control, some alternatives, and just give you an overview of all of those items to get you oriented to the application and the proposal. The first exhibit is the existing site itself, the existing conditions plan. And north is towards me. This is Newtown Avenue towards the top of the drawing, and Cranberry Road away from me. As Liz said, there's an existing house, some outbuildings on the site, the old Lortel theater area, and you can see a drive network shown in the light gray of asphalt, the primary entrance from Newtown Avenue, a secondary entrance from Cranberry Road, and then existing parking area that was utilized for the theater itself, and then some just network roads that link all of these uses. The wetland system to the south, here's Stony Brook, which is part of the Saugatuck Regional Watershed Basin. Larger wetland system here. There is a secondary wetland system on the west side of the property, and then right through the center of the property is another wetland system. So there's three systems on site. The northern one drains to the southerly system and Stony Brook itself. The central one flows off-site and then joins with Stony Brook just maybe about 500 feet off-site from our property. And it ultimately this flows to Westport and, as I said, down to Saugatuck. The red line that you see is the upland review line. It's 50 feet from wetlands and 100 feet from watercourse. So you can see some of the development that exists in that area, the existing house up on the hill outside of that area, and we're going to follow those lines through the process and show you how they relate to the design that's proposed. There are overhead wires that traverse the northern side of the property, and also the services to the existing houses are with overhead wires. It's on septic systems and wells at this point. The second exhibit I'd like to show you is the site development plan for the 15-unit conservation development. As Liz said, we are coming off of Newtown Avenue with a new entry. We're widening the same location as the existing entry. We're widening it to 22 feet. That is where the primary wetlands disturbance is on either side. And we are centering that drive on either side. You can see the two wetland systems. About 2,800 square feet of wetlands filled there. We have put walls to demarcate that limit of disturbance and also to make sure that there's no additional creep into the wetlands, and so that we can be certain that that is the limit of filling that would happen for the project in the wetlands. Once we come into the site, it divides in, there's a southern section with 8 units and a northern section with 7 units. You can see it's primarily developed outside of that regulated line. You can see the units on the south side are also congregated together on the top of the hill, away from the central wetland system and also the southern wetland system. And that's obviously by design to keep ourselves as far away from the sensitive areas as possible. As noted earlier, there's 5.1 acres of conservation easement A, which is the Whiteland, known as White Barn Preserve. There's also a second easement along the northern edge of the pond. The total of those two is about 5.6 acres. You can see the hatched area that we've provided for the new development, the additional 4.8 acres of conservation that helps to encapsulate our project, provides buffer, provides screening. It also provides the upland safety for the wetlands themselves, and as Liz said, it's about 3/4 of the site is dedicated conservation easement or open space. So I'd like to talk about site utilities, stormwater controls, and how this project is going to be serviced. We have water from Newtown Avenue, and sewer would come from each unit would have its own individual pump station, pump unit, and that sewer would come down across the property of Cranberry, go off-site. This is the location here. We'd go easterly on Cranberry, and then across Partridge Avenue into the town sewer system. It's a low-pressure force main, a very common system for municipalities and projects like this. And the benefit, obviously, is that any individual unit has a problem with their pump, all the other ones can continue to operate. And then there is a volume within each station for storage for when the pump, if there is a problem, there's a day's storage in each system for each house. The stormwater controls that are proposed for the project are designed in, with two things in mind. One is water quality and one is water quantity. And so for water quality, we try to develop a treatment train, multiple treatment devices to help improve the quality of the stormwater that's collected along the way. And the components of our treatment train are catch basins with deep sumps. We have hydrodynamic separators on each stormwater network, and that is a device that removes 80% of TSS, or total suspended solids. After the hydrodynamic separators, there are water quality basins. There's 3 on our site. There's one here on the northern, collects most of the northern driveway. There's one here that collects from the high point down this area, and then one in this location on the eastern side of the site, southeastern side of the site, that also collects this portion of the road. So on each of those three systems, there is a hydrodynamic separator in advance of the water quality basin, and then the outlets of each of those water quality basins goes to a level spreader, and then that water then joins the wetland system and the system that is on the site for each of those outlets. This one joins the center wetland. These two join the Stony Brook watercourse system. We have designed our stormwater treatment train and our water quantity controls for the 2, 5, 10, 50, and 100-year storm events. In the town of Norwalk, we really only need to go to the 25-year storm event, but there's obviously some issues with neighbors from flooding. We certainly knew that from the Connecticut Friends School application that we brought before this commission. And on that application, we also went to the 100-year storm event. And on this application, we are also going to the 100-year storm event. And so we have reductions in our peak flows for 3 different systems. The system to the north that flows to this wetland, the system in the center of the property that flows off-site here, and the system to the south that flows off-site on the southern end of the property. Repeat, there are reductions in flows for all storm events on all 3 systems. So we are doing our best to help control flooding in the system, both for downstream and upstream neighbors. We had an opportunity to meet with some neighbors on Cranberry to discuss the flooding impacts that they had about 2 weeks ago. And we met actually on site, and this first exhibit, this is the FEMA flood map. And this shows where our parcel is. You can see it outlined in red here. And the roads, might be a little hard to see, but the roads are shown in yellow across here. Here's Newtown Avenue, here's Cranberry, here's Partridge. And what you see on this FEMA map is the limits of the 500-year and the 100-year flood event. And you'll also see the floodway. And what happens with Stony Brook is that there are several pinch points. And those pinch points downstream cause water to back up, and that creates the majority of flooding that we see in a lot of these yards. And so some of the pinch points just working downstream, Newtown Avenue itself is a pinch point. And so you can see at Newtown Avenue, how wide it is upstream of Newtown Avenue. But once we get into our property here, it confines to the channel again. And so it's actually Newtown Avenue that creates flooding upstream. And what happens in a lot of the residential areas where there is creek, there's development creek, sheds, lawn extended to the edge of the river, you end up getting growth in the river channel. This is just upstream of Newtown Avenue. And so when you have this, this takes away from the capacity of the stream. And, you know, our site, because it has been undeveloped for as long as it has in this area, this is just downstream, and it doesn't have that same growth in it because the lawn hasn't crept to the edge of the stream, because it doesn't have those nutrients going into the stream at that location. And that's part of the benefit of having a conservation development is that there will be no creek. There will be, it's specified, and Kate from ELS will go into the specifics of that, but the lawn area is specified, the buffer areas are specified, and so that development is contained, and you won't get this kind of activity that occurs in the stream, both upstream of our site and also downstream. The issue that we met with the neighbors on was the flooding that occurs in this area, and that's on the south side of Cranberry Road. And what happens is just downstream of our property, there is a culvert in Cranberry. The culvert was halfway silted up. On the south side of the culvert, it looked a lot like this. And so when that culvert doesn't have the capacity, you get the backup and you get the flooding that occurs like that. Similarly, if you work downstream, here's Cranberry, Another culvert, you can see how it pinches and flows, expands upstream of those. And that happens all along a river like this that has been developed, and there's been creep along the way from homeowners. So that is a little overview of the flooding along Stony Brook. And again, what we're doing on our side, we're doing everything we can by reducing those peak rates of runoff for the 2 through 100-year storm events. This plan is the soil erosion control plan. And so one of the things that we're doing for that, to make sure that we reduce potential impacts during construction, is to provide a construction sequence and phasing. We want to limit the amount of disturbed area that's happening at any one time. And also, we've shown all of the areas around the toe and slope of grading. They'll be protected with silt fence and silt socks backing up that silt fence. There are anti-tracking aprons at each intersection. We've got hay bales around the catch basins. So a whole, similar to the treatment train during or after construction for water quality, this is a treatment train for sedimentation during construction. And so all of those components help to protect the resources during construction. These three exhibits are, this one's upside down. These three exhibits are really alternatives that have, that we've looked at. The first is the Connecticut Friends School that was approved by this commission. And what you'll see, the coloring on these drawings, the green is the wetland system on the site. And the yellow is the wetlands filling that took place to facilitate the development of the projects. So first, looking at the Connecticut Friends School, we initially started with about 4,700 square feet of wetlands filling. Through the design process and through working with your commission, we got that down to about 3,400 square feet by tightening up some of the areas. Again, similar design concept, primary entrance from Newtown Avenue at the same location as the existing entrance. What we did have, though, is a full circle turnaround for dropping off students and for buses. The school building was here, and there was a higher concentration of development in the central quarter. The theater building was going to be renovated. The road network that traversed through here was going to stay as a fire access and also as a connection between the school and the theater. And there was a large play area located here. And all of that was inside this regulated area. And so the primary areas of upland development included the parking lot here, the school itself here, but we were also proposing some activity in the buffer adjacent to that northern wetland. All told, the development impact within the buffer area was about 2.3 acres. And as I said, about, when all was said and done, maybe 3,700 square feet of wetlands impact. Let me just check that. Yeah, 3,400 square feet of wetlands impact. The second alternative that we looked at was the conventional subdivision. This is a 10-lot subdivision utilizing the same design concept. This would be the tertiary road. Would come from Newtown Avenue, would be in the same location as the primary entrance drive. And for the conventional subdivision, we were around 3,600 square feet of wetlands filling. And you can also see a lot of the homes for these lots find themselves straddling or within the buffer area. And as I said to you earlier with regard to creep, there's no provision in this subdivision, one for additional open space, or to keep homeowners from expanding lawns when no one's looking and having greater impacts to our wetlands that would not be possible for the conservation development that's being proposed. This is the conservation development. You can see the areas of yellow, which is the wetlands filling. We are approximately 2,800. It's actually 2,882 square feet of wetlands filling. This area only, it's right by the crossing, the entry point from Newtown Avenue and the drive to the southern unit. One of the things you see is that we are outside of this buffer. This central corridor that was really quite impacted from the school is now preserved in a much better state and also is now part of a conservation easement. This hatched area is all of that conservation easement. We have less impact in the buffer. We're about 2 acres versus the school, which is 2.3 acres. The majority of development is being concentrated and located wherever possible outside of that regulated area. The last 2 exhibits show really the conservation area as it relates to the site itself. This is the way the site is today. All the conservation area is located in the southern part of the site, 5.1 acres of conservation easement A, which is referred to as the White Barn Preserve. There is a small area of 0.4 acres along the lake or the pond itself to protect the area of the pond. And this is the conservation area, the 10 acres plus that will be created with the conservation development. You can see an additional 0.6 acres here, also along the stream, protecting that water course. It's not protected now. You'll see conservation area through the center, protecting this wetland system. It doesn't exist now. And also conservation area around the northern perimeter, 4.1 acres, that also protects the northern side. So based on our review of the hydraulics, our review of the conservation area, design intent, we think this is an excellent project for the property and meet the conservation goals.
Before you hear from Kate Throckmorton, I wanted to make 2 comments with respect to storm drainage and sewer discussion that Joel just had. The sewage proposal and plan was reviewed by the City of Norwalk Department of Public Works as is required, and they signed off on that, and that sign-off was made part of the record. Furthermore, Holt's plans and reports, the reports dated April 2015, as well as the plans are part of the official record. Just for your edification, I took into this too before, but I took the liberty to take the survey that accompanied this application and noted for you in green the conservation B, which is the smaller half-acre that surrounds this side of the pond, and the yellow is the larger White Barn Preserve, as it's been so called, just to give a sense of where these areas are. Pete?
Good evening, for the record, licensed landscape architect.
Can I just ask a question?
Yep.
The conservation B is already done and in place, Liz?
excuse me,
Correct, yes.
those two on that map,
Okay.
those already exist and have existed since 2007.
Okay. And just, hey, real quickly, the conservation development, what is some of the trade-off of that versus a subdivision? Would you not get as many home plots on a subdivision?
It all depends upon the land mass and the wetlands. We think, in our opinion, conservation development is better because there are greater protections of the wetlands, there are greater setbacks from the all-around property. There's an automatic 50% of the land needs to be set aside in conservation easement area. You would get none of that with conventional subdivision. Sometimes conventional subdivisions and conservation developments even out.
But from your developer perspective, what's better about it?
Conservation development, I think
Yeah.
it's far better. I think it's far better, it's better enhancement of the land, it's better for the individuals who own the property, it's better for the neighborhood because the land remains in its natural state. I think it's better to look at, it's better for
Would you
the
get 15 homes in a subdivision?
subdivision that we could create shows 10, maybe 11. Given the fact of where the wetlands exist, where the pond exists, where we have to cross wetlands, how you can access the property. So it's a challenge to get more than maybe 11. But the land mass also could accommodate, we had a prior application in this jury, we believe we could accommodate 21 units, but we withdrew on that application. The application that's before you with 15 is the one that we think is most beneficial for the site, for my client, and for the neighborhood.
Sorry, just expanding on that, why would you get more, if you're putting land into conservation, on a conservation development, how do you get more home plots than subdivision?
They just have individual lots with the subdivision. If you take the land and divide by 21,750, whatever the number is the number.
On a
With
subdivision?
the subdivision.
So these are not individual land?
No,
This
no.
is an association?
It's an association that means one land mass with
Okay.
15 units.
All right, I got you.
Okay. For the record, Kate Throgmorton, licensed landscape architect with Environmental Land Solutions, accredited NOFA, a professional, land care professional, and certified in sedimentation and erosion controls. We prepared the planting plan, the wetlands mitigation plan, and the report for this property. And I'm going to just focus in, you've heard a lot about the overall property. I'm going to focus in right on the wetlands, and I'm going to start with the existing condition map. As Walt said, there's two or two and a half really wetland areas on the property. One, the primary one is the pond with the brook, the Stony Brook, and its associated wetlands. And it roughly takes up 3 acres of wetlands, an acre of pond, and the remaining is upland area. This area, just to clarify, is already in the easement area. It's going to stay in the easement area. This is a highly functional wetland. It has found all the functions that are recognized, including trapping sediments, uptake nutrients, product export for food and wildlife, fin fish habitat, groundwater recharge, flood water retention, and shoreline stabilization along the brook. And to reiterate, this is, the bulk of this area is within the easement, and that nothing is actually going to change within that area. This wetland over here has been isolated actually by the existing driveway, so there has been existing impacts, and that's the area where we're going to be bringing into the driveway. This center wetland, as Walt said, is more of a minor wetland in that it's narrower, it's kind of right in the middle of all the existing improvements, and it's been impacted in numerous times over the years by the driveway fills, piping of crooks and water courses, and driveways and buildings right up and adjacent to the wetlands. So this area has some of the similar functions as the other wetland. Obviously, they would greatly diminish because it's already been impacted. So its primary function really remains just sediment trapping and nutrient removal in the areas that it has. Granted, the buffers are greatly impacted. We have done wildlife studies on the property. We were involved with the Connecticut's Friends School where there was a question on whether or not this small pooling area in the central wetlands would support invernal species. As I said, we had done extensive studies in 2006 and 2007. We revisited that this spring, and both of those, all of those have concluded that there's no whirlpool dependent species breeding or using this pool for breeding. We've also inquired with the Connecticut Diversity Natural Database that this property is outside of the zone strictly, but historically there was box turtles that were understood to be here. We have included the search for box turtles in our wildlife studies over the years. We have not come across any ourselves. However, in discussions and correspondence with the DEP, they have recommended a proactive approach during construction, and we plan to adhere to that protocol. Some of the pictures that we have brought, just to kind of clarify some of these items, shows the existing driveway that comes in off of Newtown Avenue. The existing driveway is roughly 15 feet in width. The new driveway will be expanded to 22 feet and be utilizing really the previously impacted area of the driveway and the fringe that is there. Again, the existing driveway, roughly 15 feet in width, that will be reused. This is a picture of the not a formal driveway, but an access way to the open lawn area where there was 5 sheds, 2 of which are actually in the wetlands. And that picture reflects that. If you haven't been to the site, these are the sheds that are actually standing in the wetlands. This area, just reiterates, shows the existing parking lot. It's actually outside the upland review area, but it's a fairly big paved area up in the north portion of the property. The White Barn Theater, which is right adjacent to the wetland, with the driveway right adjacent to the wetland. Which is highlighted in this photograph with the White Barn Theater, the access drive, and these boulders pretty much correlate with the edge of the wetland. These are other pictures. This is the area actually that bifurcates the central wetland with several driveways serving the house and the White Barn Theater, and this showing one small pocket wetland that has been previously infringed upon. This shows the existing lawn area adjacent to the existing house. The existing lawn area in this picture with the existing buffer and the pond to the left. This is the woodland area along Newtown Avenue that's within the conservation easement now that will be remain untouched. And picture of the pond and the buffer, again, that will remain untouched. With this development, the same orientation, Newtown Avenue with the top, Cranberry at the left. Again, shows the 2 development areas clustered in the upland review area. And specifically with this development, almost exclusively, all of the wetland buffers that now occur on the site are being expanded. The existing improvements that are in within the buffer are going to be removed and replanted. Specifically, we start around this left side, Cranberry Road, there's an existing driveway over 500 feet that's paved that comes up that serves the back of the house. All of that is going to be taken out and replanted. The buffer area along the pond, beyond the existing easement, is going to be expanded so that all of the units are outside the 50-foot upland review area. The limit of lawn is being clearly delineated with conservation easement markers, and supplemental planting is being added. So at the very smallest portion, they're going to have a 65-foot undisturbed buffer up against the pond, and the 75 feet to the actual units. As Holt said, all of the units, the runoff from the development is being collected, infiltrated, and treated. And it will eventually make its way into a stormwater basin in this location. That basin is going to be replanted with native material, and then it will eventually overland flow through a 50-foot buffer to the wetland in a very, very big storm. In the smaller storms, it will actually never have any discharge. With this plan, we've actually included, although it's not necessarily in the upland area, I do want to reemphasize that there will be street trees included along all the paved avenues, which will, driveways, which will reduce thermal pollution. And again, another stormwater basin is located in this area. It will be replanted once it's developed, and it is outside the existing wood line, mostly in the existing lawn. The central wetland corridor, the purple line actually delineates the wetland area, and this dashed line is where the enhancements are going to be in the buffer. We're going to be reconnecting and excavating out some of the impacted area along the driveway so that these pocket wetlands that were bifurcated and separated may expand slightly in their function. The area is going to be replanted. We're not trying to create wetlands, just trying to unearth the wetlands that we believe are very clearly filled with the existing driveway. Along the White Barn Theater area, the White Barn and the existing driveway is coming out, so instead of having no buffer, there will now be, again, a 50-foot minimum buffer against this wetland and a clear delineation of the lawn with markers and plantings along this whole wetland central corridor. And again, the existing driveway, circular driveway in the back, it's asphalt, is being taken out and revegetated. This wetland to the north is really a remnant of the larger wetland and that was bifurcated again with the existing driveway. There's no positive or direct connection between the two. And that's actually going to be changed a little bit so that you'll have a little bit of free water flow between the two. But essentially it will remain essentially the same function and water flow. This area is targeted for another area of wetland restoration. This is where the utility line goes through. The existing parking lot is here. There's a drop in the grade down to the wetland, and the bank down to the wetland over many years has been filled with a deep deposit of wood chips, which Japanese knotweed has taken advantage of. So we're going to take out the wood chips and replant that, and we have a long, several-year treatment plan to get the Japanese knotweed under control. The area will again be revegetated with native species. This area is the parking lot. It's outside the upland review area, but again, that pavement is going to be removed and it's going to be reverted to a meadow. The lawn is going to be kept very closely into the units, ranging from 15 to 20 feet beyond the back side of each unit. And again, the interior and the exterior is going to be replanted with trees and shrubs throughout the property. This plan also represents actually some additional screening along the perimeter of the area that is going to remain wooded, but is being supplemented through discussions with the neighbors to help address their concerns. Now, the specific mitigation measures are shown on LP2. I'm going to briefly go through those. Those are enlargements of specific areas on the overall plan. One is the storm basin A, which just shows a planting plan, how that's going to be revegetated with trees and shrubs, so that will help completely mitigate the stormwater flows that are coming off the property. Again, this is stormwater B, and again, that will be replanted. Shows specific plant types, locations, and sizes. This depiction down here is wetland enhancement A. This shows, again, the purple is the existing wetland pockets. The existing driveway, which is probably very hard to read from back there, essentially comes through this area and goes to the White Barn Theater. And then there's an existing loop road that served the back of the house within here. And the idea is that we're going to be excavating along the perimeter to see if we can get and enhance and expand the wetland functions through there, and that will be replanted. That is also going to be permanently placed in the conservation easement area when that's said and done. This enlargement shows the enhancement for the wetland to the northwest, up behind the power lines, where we have, again, this is the wetland line, and the wood chips and fill are going to be pulled back, and the area is going to be replanted. I think Holt had mentioned, at the end of the day, we're going to have roughly a 1-to-1 wetland restoration, 2,800 square feet impacted and 27 square feet restored. However, what is also significant is the buffer enhancements that I talked about. This one in particular is where the White Barn has come out. The existing driveway runs right along this existing wetland. Again, the wetland line is in purple. The driveway and the White Barn are going to be removed, and the buffer is going to be expanded by over 40 feet. So in all total, for the wetland enhancements within the buffer, there'll be roughly a quarter acre expanding, enhancing the buffers throughout the property. As Holt noted, the other alternatives, the approval for the school provides or has already approved greater wetland impacts. A conventional subdivision with a wider roadway is going to occur larger wetland impacts. So we believe that this conservation easement provides the best protection for the wetlands, long-term and short-term, for the wetlands and wildlife for the property and surroundings.
At this point, if you have any questions of Kate or Holt, but if not, at this point, Keith Russo, I'd like you to hear from Keith Russo with respect to the development of the site, and also to call to your attention that Kate's plans for environmental land solutions and their environmental report dated April 2015 is made part of the record. I just wanted to make sure that that is acknowledged. Keith?
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Keith Russo. I am a registered landscape architect, been at this for 30 years now, last 22 years working for Unifiu. I serve as a project coordinator, principal site planner, and a landscape architect for various projects in various towns throughout Fairfield County. This project here is modeled on a project we did in Stanford called River Oaks, very successful conservation subdivision, 60 units. It was quite environmentally challenged, a major river crossing, had a large pond, some steep slopes, that working with a talented team, we put forth a very successful and I think environmentally sensitive development on that part. So based upon our experiences with River Oaks, we've looked to employ those measures here. And as a project coordinator, one of my tasks is to set goals for the project team. And one of my goals is to keep our presentation underneath an hour, and let me see if I can hold that. But with the team, the goal was quite simple, really was to minimize disturbance and preserve and protect the features that make this site unique. And it really started with our architect, quite frankly. The directive to him was to keep these footprints small and compact. These are not houses you would associate with a conventional subdivision. They're not 4 or 5 bedroom homes, but they're small, compact footprints, roughly 2,000 square feet. The homes themselves are intended for empty nesters. But again, to minimize the footprint, there's no master bedroom on the first floor, which would create a larger footprint, but the master's on the second floor. So again, these are small, compact homes, which really allowed us to proceed with a site plan that, again, with the clustering, allowed us to minimize disturbance and really protect the features that made this site unique. Now, again, I've been with the developer for 22 years. I was here 10 years ago when the school application was forward. So I do have some background in the matters and have been on site over the years various times. But, so with that in mind, you know, we decided to retain Holt and Kate because, they were very familiar with the property. And of course, they had the expertise to address those concerns and fulfill our goals. So as a team, we discussed really, ways to minimize the development. And I just want to get some photos back up. And again, based upon our experience with River Oaks and using Kate's and Holt's expertise, we made some conscious decisions. One, we opted to, along the empty drive, as Holt had said, to line the shoulders with stone walls. And the idea was to minimize filling out any further in the wetland than necessary to get access to the property. And this is above and beyond what the school had proposed, but again, we felt it was a way of, again, minimizing impacts. The second conscious decision we made was where to locate the water quality basins. Again, there's discussion with Holt and such about where he needs to put them and where Kate would prefer to put them to minimize impacts. And I think Kate went out, for example, water quality basin A is located in a parking area adjacent to the barn. In the 21 unit application, you might recall, this basin was actually more in this buffer area originally. So, with some give and take, we re-engineered it and we actually put it over adjacent to the pavement adjacent to the barn. Basin number 2 is located up in this area here, which is currently a weeded wooded area. So the idea is, again, to minimize impacts to the woodland, and it remains outside the buffer. The third basin is the smallest of the 3, and it's located in this lawn area here, adjacent to the driveway. So that is this area down in here. So again, in terms of minimizing impacts, it's really an ideal location. The third decision made, again, as a site planner, you obviously have to locate the units, and we look to locate them in the lawn areas currently associated with the house. You've probably seen the stakes out there, so you can see where some of the homes fall. But for example, over on this side here, the stake for Unit 2 is in a lawn area. So that home is actually coming forward of the woodland and comes into that existing drive, which goes to that rear parking lot. On that same side, the location for Units 7, which are these 7 and 8, are located pretty much forward of the barn. As Kate explained, the barn, there's no buffer behind the barn, so the units are moved forward of the barn, allowing us to reestablish that buffer along that central corridor. We also look to minimize disturbance to the surrounding buffers. This photo here represents existing woodland behind lots 3 and 4, which would be back in here. And again, we made a conscious decision to cluster the units forward. This woodland buffer will remain intact. Again, as a planner, we look at to benefit not only the neighbors, but it will benefit our future homeowners who certainly want the same thing. So again, we're looking to minimize the clearing of the upland areas. You know, it should be said that, you know, with a conventional subdivision, there is no protection for that type of buffer. A neighbor, like most neighbors, they want to maximize their property to set up the pool or the trampoline. That would potentially be cleared in a conventional subdivision to the lot line. We also looked to maintain and actually enhance this corridor, which separates these two clusters. So again, that was one of our goals, was to minimize the disturbance of that. And one thing we had done was an original proposal that this water quality basin was on this side. So now we had the opportunity, we flipped it to this side, which again was the weeded area, and allowing us to minimize disturbance of that buffer alongside that wetland. So overall, we had, I felt we had met our goals, and you know, as a result, you know, approximately 2/3 of the site is being, will be dedicated as open space. The White Barn Preserve, which, again, which occupies this portion of the site, will remain as is. And the buffer along Newtown, this is a shot of Newtown. This is, you know, this is the preserve that most people see on a daily basis as they drive by. That will remain as is. So overall, I felt we met our goals, and the objectives of the conservation subdivision have been fulfilled, and we put forth a reasonable and a sound proposal. Any questions?
I have some questions.
Okay.
It's probably in all the materials that you have submitted, but I don't know who is the right one to ask. I'll let you figure that out. I'm just curious on your calculations of impervious surfaces currently existing on the site, and would that be increased or decreased by your proposed development?
I think I'll let Holt.
Impervious surfaces would actually be increased, and in our stormwater report, we identify what, for each of those 3 sub-areas, what those are, and how our stormwater controls deal with those increases.
Could you summarize them for me?
I don't know the areas, they're in my report, but I can summarize just in general.
Because I know there was, part of the presentation was that there were significant areas of impervious surface that were being removed.
Right.
So I just wondered how it came out.
So I'll show you, we'll use this one. As I mentioned earlier, there are 3 specific drainage areas on the property. The northern drainage area goes into this wetland system. This parking lot and this drive network are going to be removed from that. So we will have actually a reduction. We have about this much of, this portion of the units on the northern side actually drain there. So there is actually a reduction of impervious that goes there. The central portion is here, the White Barn and the drive network. You can see that it's here. There's actually reduction there as well because of the removal of the drives and the removal of the White Barn. There's 2 units here that actually were placed or drained in that direction. So it's sort of a trade-off with that. And with the installation of the water quality basin here, that reduces the peak discharge there. So that's how that control, and there may actually, this group of units and these units do drain in that direction. The water quality basin is there to control quantity because there is a slight increase in impervious coverage to the center. And then the third is this area and the wetland system that goes to Stony Brook. There is an increase on the Stony Brook side as well, and these two water quality basins control that peak rate of runoff for that increase.
And could you summarize again the pond, the impacts to the pond?
The pond we are, we're staying away from, if you will. We have a water quality basin here that is outside of this buffer area, and the water quality basin here. Both discharge to the Stony Brook watercourse system. This one discharges just downstream of the dam for the pond. This one is upstream in the stream area. We have, again, reduced peak discharge to that drainage system, and the pond itself, we are not impacting with any physical proposal at this time.
Thank you.
Liz, do you want to turn this over to public now, or do you have anything else to add?
Just Mr. Fever's comments.
I have prepared remarks, which I'm going to dispense with Mrs. Levy-Allen, and I'm going to give the public a chance to speak.
For the record, please.
I'm sorry, my name is James Fever. I'm the principal partner of Special Properties 2 LLC, the applicant. First of all, I want to thank the Commission for all your time, your advice during the various preliminary hearings that we've had with you. And also, I want to thank the public for coming out tonight. Mr. Nightingale asked a question, and I think that's the primary reason why I want to get up here. The process that we go through in trying to decide how we develop a piece of property, I feel, is somewhat unique. You asked the question, why not a subdivision? Why a conservation subdivision? Why not some other form of development on this property? And I think you can see with the team that we put together, these are gentlemen and a couple of women that I've been working with for more than 20 years. Today's Keith's 22nd anniversary, actually, the Fever Group. Fourth generation in this business, running the business now. My two sons are here tonight. Today's their second anniversary with the company. And we live locally. One of our partners lives in Norwalk. Our chief financial officer lives in Norwalk. We've done a lot of development in Norwalk, and I recognize a lot of faces here from the previous hearings some 9-10 years ago. We are very concerned about how we develop and what we develop. The reason why we went with the conservation subdivision here is, what do you do as a developer? How do you balance our rights, our property rights, where we've invested a lot of money in this land? How do we balance those rights with responsible development? Responsible development not only to meet all the requirements of the city of Norwalk, but also responsible development so that we can make the best product, not only from an economic perspective, so we can sell the product, but how are we responsible citizens in your neighborhood as well? That is equally important to us. With the conservation subdivision, even though there are more units than there are with a conventional subdivision, the fact of the matter is that those units are cloistered away. They are not visible from either public road. The amount of open space that's created is almost 70% of the site. If we were to do a conventional subdivision, and if you visited the contiguous landowners, and by the way, we visited each and every of the contiguous landowners, and they submitted letters in support of this application. Those landowners have cleared their property all the way to the stone wall. That's the dividing line between our land and theirs, whereas we have, in most cases, somewhere between 80 and 120 feet of natural forest that's going to remain. That's why we chose a conservation subdivision, because we've maintained tremendous buffers which shield our development completely from the neighborhood. This development, post-development, will look exactly like it does to people passing by today. We're using the existing road to come in. It's going to be widened slightly. There's wetlands on either side of that road. There's nothing we can do to help that. We're going to fill a little bit of wetlands in so we can widen the road to make it safe for our residents to get in and out. But otherwise, we're staying out of those protected areas. It makes sense. We really feel it's the best thing. not only for the neighborhood, it meets all the regulations of the city of Norwalk, and I think it's far superior. If we were to come back with a conventional subdivision, and I think Holt showed a diagram that showed the open space and natural vegetation, with that sort of development plan, the results would look very, very different. It's called a conservation subdivision for a reason. It's the sort of development plan that favors a commission like yours. It conserves land in its natural state, and that's why we picked this. In addition to that, I will tell you that we've been approached by, and Liz has brought up, as permissible uses and special permits, we've been approached as recently as today by institutional users for the site. Places of worship who have interest in finding a home with land around it that require a lot of parking. My group currently is not interested whatsoever in that sort of development on this property. I can tell you that with certainty. And then the last thing I will tell you, that the biggest issue to most of the neighbors that we've spoken to is twofold. One is because a lot of the neighbors have wet backyards and they have septic systems, they're concerned about failing septic systems and the ability to somehow attach into the sewer line that we would be deploying. And we've had very constructive discussions with a number of neighbors in that regard. Holt has continuing discussions with them. To the extent that we have excess capacity, we would of course provide access to neighbors who are most affected by their failing septic systems. And then the last issue, which Holt I think went into in some detail, although maybe not in layman's terms and maybe fairly technically, the fact of the matter is we cannot help the flooding problems that exist in the area today. However, we can slightly help it. And we're doing the best we can by designing for not a 25-year storm, but a 100-year storm. Holt can go into more detail if any of the neighbors have questions regarding how what we're doing affects any flooding on your property. So, I'm anxious to hear what the neighbors have to say, as is the commission, and I can assure you that to the extent we can address any of your concerns, we will do our best. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have a couple more questions from the commissioners.
Yeah, I don't know who would answer this. If somebody could talk to me again about the entranceway off of Newtown Avenue, which is under the proposal, if I have it right, would be going from 15 feet wide to 22 feet. We could describe the nature of that wetland in that area, the quality of the wetland, so I understand what type of wetland we'd be losing.
Yeah, what's that? Kate Throckmorton for the record. As I outlined in my presentation, the main and primary functioning, well-functioning wetland is the wetland that's associated with Stony Brook and the pond, and that is to remain in an easement as it is today. There is a leg off of this old wetland that is existing to be, it's bifurcated, and I think in some regards, this existing wetland that's left actually is also crossed by the utility. It's regularly cleared by that utility for the line. And the fringe of that wetland, I would say, is probably there's an effective radius of at least 5 to 8 feet along each side that is happened kind of associated with that actual paved driveway. Because there's an envelope of fill. I think as Holt referred to, one of the reasons why we're incorporating the stone wall as opposed to a graded envelope for the new driveway is because it will prevent further incursion or kind of creep off the driveway. The new driveway will be defined, will be constructed in a way so that the perimeter will be built first and it will be infilled, so that there won't be, you won't get this further effect off the paved driveway. It will be very contained. So I guess the question is that this wetland has already been impacted. The edges of the driveway are also impacted from the fill that's associated with that driveway. So there is going to be some literal wetland filling, but it's very minor, and we'll probably 5 feet depth on the work on the deepest portions.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I'd like to turn this over to the public. At this point, is that possible?
I just have some brief summarizing comments, and then we can certainly open it up to the public. Just to remind you, under your standards of review, the Conservation Commission is charged with determining the environmental impact of the proposed regulated activity on the wetlands and the watercourse, consideration of the feasible and prudent alternatives to the regulated activity, which would cause a less or no environmental impact, the relationship between the short-term and long-term impacts of regulated activity on wetlands and watercourse, and the maintenance or enhancement of long-term productivity of the wetlands and watercourse, irreversible and irretrievable loss of wetlands as a result of the regulated activity, the character and degree of the injury or interference with the safety, health, or reasonable use of the property, measures to impact regulated activity, and the impact on the wetlands and watercourses outside the area. We believe that we have met or exceeded your standards of review. Once again, this is a conservation development, not a 10-lot conventional subdivision, which we believe is far superior. We've been respectful and selective and sensitive in our proposal. We've met with many of the neighbors and addressed their concerns, specifically those who are directly to our east, and there are support letters from them in the file. We protect and preserve not only the 5.5 acres previously granted, but have added another approximately 5 acres to this. We have proposed to improve existing wetlands, rehabilitate wetlands that may have been filled in the past. For the 2,800 square feet of wetlands that are proposed to be filled, we're proposing a 2,700 square feet of enhancement, so almost a 1-to-1. We are anywhere between 50 and 75 feet from the wetlands of the watercourse, and as Mr. Fieber adequately and appropriately represented, there needs to be a reasonable balance between individual property rights and the neighborhood concerns and comments and questions. I believe that we've presented more than credible data to you. Our experts, I believe, you will determine as qualified. The application supplemental materials, testimony by our qualified experts support all the positions that we've taken. There is not going to be any significant deforestation. There are many positive benefits of this project, and we believe that the plan is in accordance with your regulations, meets not only the spirit, but meets the letter of your regulations, and we hope that you will see the wisdom in this proposal as opposed to others that could come before you. We would like to reserve time to rebut and summarize after the public comment has been concluded. At this point, unless you have any other questions for our experts, we look forward to hearing from the public.
Thank you. Okay. As a reminder, if anyone came in later and wishes to be included in speaking, after we go through the list, I'll ask for people to please just sign in and they can speak. So I have a little bit of a discrepancy here. I have number 1 and number 7 as 16 as Keith Ainsworth. Do you want to be 1 or 16? Okay.
Apologize. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Keith Ainsworth. I'm an attorney with Evans, Feldman, and Ainsworth in New Haven. I'm an environmental attorney, been practicing for 25 years, and it's my privilege tonight to represent 3 interveners. You probably have the intervention application somewhere in your packet. I represent Celia Maddox, who's a Norwalk resident, who's nearby in the Cranberry neighborhood. The Cranberry Environmental Trust, which is a group of neighbors who have banded together, what's known as a voluntary association. And I also have the privilege of representing the Norwalk Land Trust, which holds a special place with regard to this particular property because they are the holders, jointly with the state, of the conservation easement that currently exists on the property. All 3 of these entities have intervened in these proceedings for a reason. They believe that while it is a conservation development, it's a unique one, and while it certainly is a conservation development and has that, it's imbued with that protectiveness, I will say that because of its unique position it is actually a conservation development that's actually not as protective as it could be. And I'd like to submit to you, I've made copies of, there are 3 documents I'm handing to you. One is a brief in opposition, and I'm going to do you the respect of not reading it. I will summarize some of the points. It's obviously a number of pages long, but it goes into all of the major points that we find from a wetland standpoint and from a technical standpoint. Plus, there are also 2 other documents beneath there, which you will see are the reports from 2 of our experts. I will be calling Dr. Stephen Danzer, who is a soil scientist and a natural resources expert. I will be calling Tessa Jacquet, who is a professional engineer, who has also examined the development, and Anthony Zemba, who is also a soil scientist and natural resources expert. But before I call them, I'd like to make some of my own comments about what I've heard this evening and bring to your attention some of the I think perhaps a different view than what was presented to you. And that's actually one of the good things about the intervention under SEPA is that it allows for there to be an independent voice. I mean, the applicant obviously has an interest in getting their application passed and a financial incentive to do so. You obviously have the joy and burden of examining it, but the interveners actually have the ability to go and really look at the details. I'm going to go in reverse order on a few points and then go back to my main one. It's interesting, in that last question, one of the questions you asked was, what is the quality of the wetlands that are being divided at the entrance to the property? And you didn't really get an answer to that, because I suspect that there wasn't a really detailed review of those wetlands on either side. They were bifurcated originally, and you'll hear testimony to this effect, they were one wetland, and it was divided by the original driveway. That historic impact has now caused what would be one larger functioning wetland to be 2 isolated ones effectively. There is a pipe that connects them. I think you heard testimony that there was no hydrologic connection. There actually is. Someone put in about a 12-inch pipe. That's probably inadequate for a number of reasons, not only due to size, but also its ability to clog. And it's also not if you divide wetlands, you need to have a way for wetlands-dependent creatures to get from one side to the other. A 12-inch pipe really isn't going to do that. And I'll insert perhaps this theme into the discussion now, that their proposal is to put a slightly larger elliptical pipe under that driveway. Perhaps an alternative, which has not been discussed, which is feasible and probably prudent in terms of the fact that since they are impacting that wetland, they could actually restore some of that function by connecting them with box culverts, a pair of them underneath that driveway. I mean, they're going to put in walls. A box culvert wouldn't be that much more difficult. I don't know why they didn't consider that. I don't know why it couldn't be done. But a box culvert would allow a vast amount of hydrologic connection, not for the purpose of drainage, so that there'd be flooding relief, although it would serve that purpose, but it would also serve a purpose of allowing amphibians and other wetland species to freely move, and that would reconnect those wetlands. There's been a lot of talk this evening about the fact there's no impact to the existing conservation easement wetlands, the wetlands that are currently protected. They put in stormwater controls. Those stormwater controls don't remove lawn chemicals. They don't remove the kinds of impacts that you get from typical human occupation of these units. And they mentioned that, oh, yeah, we're going to put conservation easement markers behind, and that means there's not going to be any encroachment, because in a regular subdivision, a regular neighborhood, people would just encroach because they're not told to. They said that these backyards are going to be 15 to 20 feet, and I think these tables are 8 feet. So 2 of these tables is a backyard. So if you step out of your back door, you walk down the steps, and you throw the ball to your grandson, who's in the conservation. There's going to be enormous temptation, just human temptation, to ignore the markers. That's going to be a constant conservation encroachment headache for the Norwalk Land Trust. It's their job to enforce. In fact, they have a duty to enforce the conservation easement that they are stewards for. And if there's encroachment, they could lose their IRS certification if they ignore it. So human nature being what it is, I think there's a naive assumption that there won't be some intrusion into that setback that they say they're adding to for the existing pond. And I just point that out. I think it's worth noting. The alternatives that were presented tonight were alternatives that were strawman. One was a school that didn't work. Number two, it's an entirely different proposal. Yes, it was approved, but it didn't function. And I think the purpose of proposing alternatives to the existing proposal is to propose different configurations of the same thing that might have lesser impacts. Not to say we could do something really horrible and then say, but we're not going to do that. The conventional subdivision that they are talking about, when you do the math, yes, it's about 7.5 acres. You couldn't fit it in there because they're making an assumption that you could get your wetlands permit, for example, which you probably can't on half-acre lots. You've got too many crossings, too many impacts. So they're being generous when they say 10 or 11 units. It's probably somewhat less than that under a conventional subdivision. Ironically enough, it may well be that a conventional subdivision might actually have less impact because of the way it would have to be configured to provide zoning lots that were of the appropriate size. So while the conservation subdivision, or conservation development certainly does cluster the houses, and in general is a good idea, in certain instances it's actually not. And in this one in particular, you have an existing acreage of conservation easement that was paid for. It wasn't donated. It was paid for. $700,000 was transmitted to the owner at that time. So there's been, I think, a couple of times where the applicant mentioned, we're creating 10 acres of conservation easement. Well, no, they're creating some, but there's already some that can't be touched. It's not an option. It's not even theirs. And, I mean, they own the fee underneath it, but they can't do anything with that land other than walk on it. I may be overstating that, but yes, they can access it, but they can't build on it. And so to say that they are creating a true conservation subdivision, they're actually not. And actually, that's one of my points in my brief, that if you do the calculations, they're supposed to put 50% of the land mass in conservation. What they're doing is they're taking credit for a previously purchased conservation easement for the last application. I think the town attorney made an opinion on that, where he opined, the town council opined that that was an unfair crediting, and it's also my opinion that you can't do that. That the concept, the spirit and purpose of your conservation development regulations is to put in 50% of the remaining land, the unencumbered land. If you've already got conservation restrictions on the land, you can't thereafter then say, we're going to put our cluster development in and not have to put in other land into conservation to make up 50% of what's remaining. Because the concept is, we're giving you greater density than you're allowed in exchange for something. You have to give us something. Well, they've already been given that. They were given $700,000 for that. That's a really important point. So, and you'll see it in our brief, but I think you have to understand that what they're doing is taking a double credit. They're taking the money, but if they had done this all as one proposal, they'd have had to have put half the property into conservation and not gotten paid for it, and then gone on with their conservation development. So generally, I think the applicant talked about your standards of approval. I'm not going to go through them all in detail, but in my brief I talk about the fact that you have the ability to ask for information that you didn't get. Information that would assist you in determining what the impacts are to of the proposal. I've pointed out in a number of places, and the two reports that you've got that you'll hear testimony on indicate that there's been a number of areas where they've just simply concluded that there are no impacts, but they haven't provided you with the calculations or the backup evidence. And I think it's your prerogative, certainly, to ask for that information. And it also is your prerogative to deny an application that doesn't provide it. In that regard, I would say that the application is either incomplete or incompletely informs you. Excuse me. So you also have the authority to regulate activities outside of the wetlands that have impacts within the wetlands. One of the things that this application proposes to do is to utilize existing wetlands as basically the endpoint for a treatment train, a repository for stormwater that's coming off roofs in a number of units. I think it's units 6, 7, 8, in that lower section of the parcel, the southern. That's under the stormwater quality manual, for example, not allowed. It's not a recommended practice, so it would violate one of the standards that they're supposed to meet, which is to follow the stormwater quality manual. That is significant from a legal standpoint because under the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act, and a case known as Shukas versus Board of Education, which went up to the appellate court, says that if you have a violation of an existing applicable regulation, then you have a prima facie case of, or prima facie evidence of a violation of the Environmental Protection Act. So that would suggest that what they've done is unreasonable harm to natural resources, in this case, wetlands resources. Sorry, I'm getting over a really bad cold, so I'm going to cough periodically. To give you an example of the kinds of information that were not provided to you, in case it doesn't jump off of out of the reports, there's really no wetlands inventory of plants and animals. There have been studies done, but a wetlands inventory of the species of plants and animals would allow you to know what's there and generally what quantities, and that would allow you to know what's being potentially threatened by the activities. There haven't been water quality flow data or calculations provided, and no water quality volume data provided. The conveyance protection, the calculation for stream channel protection, emergency outlets sizing, none of that's been provided to you in sufficient detail. And those are technical data that would be of assistance to someone reviewing the impacts. You can also request an analysis of alternatives and things that you think that might be a better alternative to what's being proposed as opposed to an entirely different proposal. Something like the box culverts that I mentioned earlier. You could ask them, do the analysis. I don't think that would be highly unreasonable, nor do I think it would be burdensome. It seems reasonable that if you're impacting that particular wetland, that you might explore obvious potential solutions. So at this point, I told you I wasn't going to read the report, so I'm going to move on to our experts. I'd like to call Dr. Stephen Danzer and let him give you a short recitation of his qualifications, and then also. Oh, certainly, I'd be happy to answer questions.
What you were just referring to about the conservation development?
Yes.
Is it a requirement that 50% of the area has to go into conservation? Conservation development? You referring to that?
Yes, it's your regulation. I think it's 118.
What do you mean, Norwalk? City of Norwalk?
City of Norwalk, not Wetlands Commission. It's actually a zoning regulation. But that zoning regulation is applicable because that particular conservation subdivision regulation is meant to protect all natural resources. That's why they've been talking about this is a great conservation subdivision. So it's applicable in the sense that it applies to this development and it actually impacts and is meant to protect wetlands resources which are in your purview, even though you don't. Oh, I apologize. I I didn't probably get close enough to the, ooh, there we go.
So that question about the 50% of the total property, or 50% of unencumbered, that will be addressed by whose authority is it to make sure that that's enforced
Valid,
and determine what is the correct
valid question.
interpretation of that?
Planning and zoning will have the primary jurisdiction over that particular, over whether they meet that regulation. However, you may consider whether the meeting of that regulation impacts unreasonably natural resources, including wetlands resources, because that's what's within your purview. So it's a zoning regulation, but it's not as though it doesn't have any impact and that you can't consider it in these proceedings. It does bear on the quality and the potential impact of wetlands resources, because if they were following the spirit of that regulation, they would actually provide more conservation easement than they're doing. Not a lot more, but more, because they come actually very close from their 21 unit one, which was not close. At the 15 unit level, they come within, I think, 0.1 of an acre in that range, depending on how you calculate it. But they don't meet that regulation. And you'll see the way I've done the calculations in my brief. I'm happy to turn over the microphone now.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
See if this works.
You want to get very close to the microphone.
I'll figure it out. Good late evening to the commission. As everyone else has been, first of all, my name is Steve Danzer. I'm the owner and principal of Steve and Danzer Associates LLC with offices in Stamford, Connecticut. I'm a soil scientist, I'm a professional wetland scientist, and I have a PhD in natural resource studies. Like everyone before me, I promise I'm going to be brief. I probably won't be, but I'll try to keep it moving. All right. The problem is, I also have to see my notes, but I will try. This, Is this any better?
Yes.
No, I'll also try to speak louder. I submit for the record a copy of my report with my resume at the very end, which qualifies me as an expert. Again, I'm not going to read this report into the record. It's 12, 13 pages, but I am going to summarize. Some of the more important points have already been promoted by Mr. Ainsworth. I'll go through with what I feel is kind of important. The other thing to note before I start off, I wrote this report for submission not only to the Conservation Commission, but to the Zoning Commission, and trying to essentially kill two birds with one stone, probably not the most environmental of metaphors. I thought I made it very clear in my report when you read it which regulations apply, which jurisdictions apply, but generally there's overlapping jurisdiction because, as Mr. Ainsworth has said, with the the stuff that relates to the conservation easement, the purpose of the conservation easement is to protect the natural resources. The most prominent natural resource from your particular perspective is obviously the wetlands. Traditionally, because this is a conservation subdivision, the Zoning Commission has jurisdiction regarding the size and configuration of the conservation easement, and obviously you take more of a micro view. You consider factors that might maintain or impair the quality of the wetlands watercourses within that conservation easement. So obviously there's some overlap in the issues, and that's what kind of allowed me to produce one report. The first thing I'd like to say, it's my first point, and this one's actually going to be more portrayed in more depth by two experts from now, Anthony Zemba. But there's been a lot in the application that talks about the functions and values of the wetland system and the watercourse on site. There's been comparatively less discussion in the application about the significance of the off-site context. This site is in a watershed. It's in the Saugatuck watershed. It's relatively midpoint in the watershed. Stony Brook is roughly 5.5 miles from the headwaters to its outlet to the Saugatuck River. The site itself is roughly 2 miles upstream from the Saugatuck confluence. There's two characteristics of the watershed that deserves mention that's of relevance to this application. First, the Stony Brook stream system, when viewed as a whole, is in relatively good condition in comparison to similar stream systems that outlet into larger watercourses that go straight to the sound. So in other words, if you look at watercourses in our lower Fairfield County that have the same central length and width, and they dump out to the same particular points, Stony Brook system is in fairly good condition. Surface water quality is classified as Class A, which is almost the best classification by Connecticut DEP. My second point is that Stony Brook doesn't exist in isolation. It drains into the Saugatuck. The Saugatuck is in excellent condition relative to similar water bodies in our region. Unlike the Norwalk River and unlike many of the other larger rivers in Fairfield County, there are, as far as I'm aware, no impaired segments of the Saugatuck River. The Connecticut DEP has a list, an ugly list called the 303D list, which lists impaired sections of various watercourses, and there is no listings for anywhere that I'm aware of on the Saugatuck. So it's in great condition. The Stony Brook system is a direct conduit into the Saugatuck for any pollutants or any sedimentation that might be generated from this application. The Saugatuck River is already recognized as a valuable environmental resource in our region, and of course it connects to the Long Island Sound, which is another important resource and the ultimate receptor for pollutants. The fact that this Stony Brook connects to the Saugatuck and the Saugatuck connects to the Long Island Sound, and the fact that Saugatuck is in absolutely excellent condition, these are factors that enhance the environmental value of the site itself, beyond the functions and values that were listed by the applicant. So the applicant, even though they properly did their diligence in looking at the specific on-site characteristics, they kind of missed the big picture and why it's important for you as a commission to kind of evaluate to the best of your ability, the impacts to the wetlands and the watercourses on the site. Specialized protection of the stream system is warranted, not only to maintain the existing functions and values of the wetland and stream system, but to help maintain the excellent quality of the Saugatuck and to prevent impairment to Long Island Sound. My second point, Attorney Ainsworth already summarized, so I'll just kind of briefly mention it, and that's about the conservation land acreage requirements. We went into the calculations of it, and my view and Keith Ainsworth's view is that the applicant cannot take credit for the existing conservation easements when they do that calculation, and I believe there's already been opinion by your own corporation counsel to that effect. So when you deduct, as Attorney Ainsworth mentioned, the areas that are already under easement or deed restrictions, which the applicant labels, I believe, A and B, it leaves 9.839 actual acres. 50% of that is 4.195 acres. The applicant is only proposing 4.423 acres, so the applicant doesn't meet the requirement. Besides from the obvious reasons of why that's important to you, it should be important for no other reason than if they can't if they can't meet that regulation, they're going to be back here again with another application. We're going to have to go through all this anyway in the future to make that. So what you have right now is essentially an application that's incomplete just based on that alone. I'm going to talk a little bit about the configuration of the conservation lands. Again, the premise is that we all agree that conservation easement A and I believe deed restricted.
Can I just interrupt?
Yep.
That once you meet that 50% requirement, what do you get in return for that as a developer? That you can build
Well, I believe
a certain number of units?
Well, I believe the developer already answered that question.
I mean, was it 21 or 15 or what is the?
Well, I think.
Because I know in a regular subdivision,
Yes.
we're talking about whether it's like, whatever, 11 or somebody says it's less, but, so now we're talking about 15. Is there a specific number you get to build, or what are the?
I think with all due respect, I'm going to punt that question because I'm not the planning and zoning expert. Not that I think it's a bad question, I think it's a good question. I think the applicant attempted their version of that, but I think we will save that question for somebody else.
Sounds good. Go ahead.
All right. The, regarding the actual conservation land areas that are being proposed, not A and B, because those are already pre-existing, we have C and D. It appears to me that they really don't maximize the conservation value of the site. The easements appear to be configured as an afterthought to fill the unused areas around the development, particularly in particularly in the areas around here. I don't doubt the need to preserve as much land as you can under conservation easement under principle, but I do doubt the theory behind this. It seems to me what they were trying to do is maximize the building envelope, and then everything else that could be built, they just kind of threw into a conservation easement. That's fine and everything, but that isn't the maximum way to configure, would not be the maximum way to configure this property. What that does is essentially, instead of protecting the natural resources, what it seems to do is actually protect the view of off-property from these particular units in here. In other words, it seems to me like it's more, and I think the applicant pretty much admitted that at one point as well. It's pretty much designed as a buffer between them and the neighbors, and that's great and everything, and we're all for that, but that's not really what the purpose of conservation easement should be. Second of all, the conservation easement here, which is over a good swath of this part of the wetlands, again, wetlands should be protected and conservation easements are a valuable tool, but when you really think about looking at this holistically, those wetlands are technically protected by regulation anyway. What's really needed in the site is other types of natural resources such as uplands, which are actually threatened by the development. So I would think this site plan would be better served if they actually put more effort into protecting more of valuable uplands than protecting areas that already have some degree of protection. Going into more of the, out of the conceptual into the micro, and Keith Ainsworth kind of nailed this issue for me, but these backyards are insufficient. I think people, when they buy houses, they have, and I do a lot of site plan review in my private practice, and I also, it's in my resume, but I also consult often on basis of municipalities, and I'm essentially the expert that they call when they get a controversial application to represent the municipality's interest in independently evaluating the application, and through that I get to see a lot of what's been approved, and I get to see the fall through compliance, and I think it's a reasonable expectation when people buy property that there's some type of common area, backyard, what have you, for them to use. Because if you don't design it into the site plan, it will be designed anyway. I mean, it will be created anyway. And here, as Mr. Ainsworth noted, where is the logical place that someone would reasonably expect to use when they walk around the side of units? The conservation easement, and where the wetland line kind of comes through here. So they're kind of setting up a situation that's destined to intrude into the conservation easement and, fairly close into the wetland boundary. It's just not good planning. On top of that, unless every single one of these units is not going to have rear windows and exterior lighting, which there was no discussion in the application materials, there's going to be light pollution into the wetlands. These encroachment issues, in my view, can easily be prevented by doing either one or two things. Either you can move these units 40 plus feet uphill in order to get a decent backyard, and then reconfigure this conservation easement to extend it over a greater swath to actually protect the resources. That's one alternative. Alternatively, the more radical solution, and probably the better solution, would be to actually move the development off of this area, because this is the more sensitive part of the site, because this is the site that, part of the site that flows into the pond, and everyone's recognized how valuable these wetlands are. And just focus your development on this region of the site. And like I said a couple minutes ago, send your conservation easement over this. So basically, you're split like that. That would also take away the fragmentation of this corridor that is going to, that exists under existing conditions and that will continue to exist under this site plan. In other words, if you remove this development here and you just focus development here, this wetland corridor is now connected to here. Because one thing under this proposed site plan that is lacking is real connections for wildlife from one part to another, because these corridors are so, these easement areas are so thin. And finally, and I believe someone from the Land Trust is going to address this much later in the evening, but there was discussion in the application materials, but not tonight, but there are other materials regarding the creation of walking trails and or other improvements to the existing walking trails within the existing conservation easement areas. It should be noted that easement areas A and I believe B are maintained by the Norwalk Land Trust with significant deed restrictions. The deed restrictions explicitly state that the conservation of natural resources are a priority over passive recreation. So in other words, again, we'd like, we're all for recreational spaces, but this isn't the area of the site to kind of do that. It's also my understanding that when this land was configured for the current conservation easement, there was discussions between the Land Trust and the DEP about access, and what they decided was there was a certain level of manageable presence to this that could be met by discouraging access essentially by not creating a parking lot. It restricts access to this to the people who put the effort to come here by foot, basically neighborhood members. And that keeps the amount of the visitation down to a manageable number. If you open this area up for walking trails, besides from being in violation of the conservation easement, it's just not a good idea, because I don't think it will take the additional pressure that will be inevitable by putting this many units this close to it. I want to talk a little bit about the driveway. There's been discussion, and I noted in my report, that under existing conditions, even though this is the proposed plan, there's a driveway that comes over here that services the white barn. That driveway, when it was fragments this wetland from that wetland. As Attorney Ainsworth noted, and the applicant consultant kind of missed this point, but I know she probably knows this, she just forgot. There is an existing hydrologic connection between this area and that area. I believe there's a 12-inch pipe that's half plugged if you look at it, but in theory it should almost connect this area to that area in a very limited sense. Before all this area was developed, this was all one large wetland. The applicant is proposing to replace the 12-inch pipe with a larger elliptical 14 by 23-inch pipe to improve the wetland hydrology. While I agree that the enlarged connection might improve the hydrology somewhat, I think it's very important for everyone to take some perspective in this. The applicant is trying to get credit for improving a situation, and inherent in that proposal is they're basically seeking to maintain the wetland fill with the road that goes through there. And I don't think that's fair to give them credit for improving a condition that currently impairs the wetland. The standard of reference to base their improvement on should not be how well they should improve the current impairment, but how well they should improve or bring the site back to pre-development conditions before the driveway was constructed and the wetland area fragmented. In other words, ideally what they need to do is reconnect those wetlands in a way that more that basically is closer to the pre-development situation than trying to improve the existing situation. And the way to do that is to simply do one or a series of box culverts instead of doing an elliptical connection. Why? Because not just would that maximize the hydrologic connection, but it would also give the ability for small wildlife, including reptiles and amphibians, to pass back and forth. Currently, they don't have that ability except to go across the road. For elliptical height, that ability will be limited. The other thing I want to mention, and this just is really relevant because one of the commissioners just asked this question, was what type of data or information is available about the quality of the wetlands in the area of the impact of the road widening? And there was nothing in the application materials that went into that, and the consultant essentially didn't answer the question. I did look at that area. That area is kind of notable because of its what I call undulating microtopography. In other words, the area is not flat, it's wavy. It has an abundance of little microhabitat niches. Those niches have wetland function. The wetlands functions that they serve is surface water storage, recharge, and habitat. Those areas will be eliminated with the wetland fills. There's no discussion of feasible and prudent alternatives for these wetland impacts. There's two obvious alternatives. They're not so easy, but they're obvious. One is to seek some type of relief from the engineering and zoning standards as far as the roadway width. The applicant, there was absolutely no discussion about that. I don't know if there's any type of variances or any type of understandings that can be released, that can be achieved with the engineering department. I routinely see that in other towns when you get this issue. You know, the basic issue is, do we really need this road this wide? Standards, there's usually some type of mechanism to give relief for that, or to at least ask the question. I mean, the question, as far as I'm aware, has not been asked. The second alternative would be simply a decrease of housing units in order to minimize the need for such a wide road. Again, not most palatable to the developer, but you know, it has to be considered. It's within your ability to consider. All right, almost finished. The question about, there was discussion in previous applications, and I wasn't retained at the time, but about the wetland, I believe it's over here, which, yeah, right here, and the question was whether or not that was a vernal pool. I did look at the data that was given in the ELS report, which I believe is the same data that you have, and they said that they had investigated that area back in 2007 and then again in 2015, and that there were no amphibian egg masses. I went back and looked at the weather records for those months and discovered that they were untypically dry. So if there were not egg masses, one of the reasons why, you know, just based on the information that I evaluated, would be simply because the pools did not have the level of ponding that was necessary in order to entice amphibians to lay their eggs, because the years that this was surveyed were especially dry years. What I do know about the wetland, looking at it now, is that there's leaf staining. Leaf staining is an indication of repeated hydration. I went out to the wetlands a few times this season. First, they were not fully hydrated, and after a storm event in June, they were fully hydrated. Based on the evidence in front of me, I cannot come to the conclusion that this would not be potentially a vernal pool. It still could be. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, that absolutely there were no amphibians laying eggs in there. There's other organisms that could still inhabit that pool due to the surface staining. Berry shrimp, insect larvae, small crustaceans, fingernail clams, planaria, which are small and segmented worms, and other invertebrates as well. All those are also considered vernal pool indicators. They're not often checked for because they're not as easy to find. Even if those were not found, the fact that pools seasonally shows that there's a certain amount of nutrient cycling, which gives value to the pool as well. So as a result, the seasonal wetland still has unique and valuable wetland functions. Given the quality of this wetland, it's strongly recommended that the applicant not use this wetland as a dumping ground for excess stormwater, as they're essentially proposing with the overflow from the detention basin. Real briefly, I just want to bring the Commission's attention to Detention Basin 6, which is located right over here, right above the wetland line, which goes down here. Detention Basin 6 will require removal of forest land cover adjacent to the wetlands. That's an interesting thing when an applicant proposes a detention basin, and I see this unfortunately quite often in my work, where they argue that detention basins are mitigation for stormwater, therefore they're a positive thing. That might be true in everything, but when they result in the loss of native forest canopy, they're not essentially a good thing for the wetland. That canopy is important. It's important for habitat. It's important to provide nutrients to the bottom of the food chain through the stream. They're important to provide nutrients for the stream vegetation. They provide shade to the stream. They all have wetland function, even if they're out of the wetland. By virtue of their proximity, basically their closeness to the stream, that area has value to the stream. There's at least two ways to reduce the amount of tree removal and overall habitat disturbances in that area. Simply, first, the detention basin could be relocated out of the wooded forested area and farther from the wetlands, so you don't have to remove that tree canopy. Or you could reduce the impervious area of the site plan development through either a reduction of units or a driveway, and that would permit the detention basin to be either reduced in size or perhaps pulled back farther from the wetland boundary. So the point is that there's alternatives to that particular impact. Second to last point, wildlife. ELS listed numerous wildlife species within the site visits, but missing from the site list were species most commonly associated with wetlands and water bodies. And I heard them kind of reiterate that point here. They went out to the site, they saw lots of wildlife, they were essentially upland species. I find that very hard to believe. And the few times that I went out there, I saw lots of wildlife. I saw what I think was a great egret, although I'm starting to wonder how an egret got that far out there, but at the time I was pretty sure about that. Black-crowned night heron, spotted turtle. I found a spotted turtle actually right in the area that is supposed to be extirpated for the detention basin that's going to be located right here, literally right in that area. At one point, we saw a turtle carcass, not the best identification of dead animals, but I know some people are. So we took a picture and we forwarded the turtle carcass to both the Peabody Museum in New Haven and Earth Place in Westport, and we got two contradictory IDs. One place said absolutely it was an eastern box turtle, and the other place said that it was a spotted turtle. Regardless, we do know that there's records that eastern box turtles are near the site. My experience in southern Fairfield County is I do run into them on occasion. I do report them to DEP, and knowing that site in its current state, it would not shock me for a moment if I saw a live box turtle on that site. The habitat is there. Norwalk Land Trust was pretty good in putting together another wildlife list of things that they have seen out there that, and I went through that list and looked at some of the on the list is some of the wildlife that utilizes wetlands: snowy egret, river otter, wood duck, mallard, belted kingfisher, red-winged blackbird, great blue heron, snapping turtle, gray tree frog, and spring peeper. Again, none of these were in the applicant's report. I suppose they didn't see them, but they'd be expected to be out there, and I really kind of surprised they didn't see at least one of them or a similar species. Why is that important to the commission? Well, there's no real discussion in the application materials regarding the specific habitat requirements of any of these species or where this habitat would be found on site. You, the commission, have the latitude to ask for that type of information, and for no other reason but to condition your permits with the appropriate mitigation to mitigate for wildlife, in other words, to enhance wildlife. So you're allowed to ask those questions. I mean, we all know it's very difficult to actually deny an application on the basis of wildlife, but you fully have within your jurisdiction to consider mitigation. But in order to understand the appropriate mitigation, you need the data. The data is from what I could see, was not in the report. Lastly, the applicant put together a mitigation package. In my view, for what it was pretty good, but it was not complete. The view, at least from what I gleaned from reading the application materials, is that the mitigation efforts, and they listed sequentially number 1 through 5, when viewed as a package are intended to offset unavoidable impacts to the wetland due to the enlargement of the driveway only. All right, it's a very important point. So basically, they put together a very healthy compilation of mitigation to address the driveway by their own admittance. They did not consider other impacts, such as the inevitable intrusions into the wetlands near the conservation easement, the impacts due to allowing the applicant to maintain the fragmented wetland with the road crossing, the impacts to the seasonal and potentially vernal pool with the, that I mentioned before with the stormwater basin, and the impacts of Stony Brook corridor due to the placement of the detention basin that I mentioned before. So they, identified 4 other series of impacts that are not being addressed by the mitigation. So though, mitigations are insufficient to balance those impacts. Furthermore, 2 of the 5 or 6 items listed of mitigation, in my opinion, they shouldn't even get credit for. Why? One of them is silt fencing. Well, silt fencing it is a requirement. It's part of the erosion control plan. It's something we all need to do, but they shouldn't get credit for mitigation by offering silt fencing. And the second is the offer of additional conservation easement area, because that's something that zoning requires them to do in order to fulfill that conservation easement subdivision to give them their bonus that's propelling this whole application. So in other words, the additional conservation easement area is something that's allowing them financial benefit and not conservation benefit. That's the reason for it. It just doesn't seem fair to give them credit for that. So, as such, the offer of mitigation from the applicant not only does not address the additional impacts to the wetland resources, but the sum total of mitigation that is being offered is actually less than what is being claimed by the applicant. And with that, I conclude.
Thank you, and I'd like to call Tess Jacate, and she'll discuss some of the findings. What I'd like you to do is explain your background and also what investigation you did.
Mm-hmm. My name is Tess Jacate, and I'm a licensed professional engineer with TG Engineering. I have 15 plus years of work experience in land development in Connecticut and other states. First of all, I would like to talk a little bit about applicability of regulations. It seems like applicant adhere to local code. However, I noticed that because of the magnitude of the development, Connecticut's Stormwater Quality Manual also applies. So, and I'm just going to read a couple criteria, which is any development resulting in a disturbance of equal or greater of 1 acre of land, residential development consisting of 5 or more dwelling units. So, there are some more criteria, which means that applicant was supposed to provide all these calculations that attorney previously mentioned, water quality, volume, and etc. So, and that is important because, let's say, water quality volume implies that from all impervious surface areas, which means all the roof areas, all the road areas, the runoff should be conveyed to treatment facility, to stormwater treatment practice, which, let's say, from units 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 10 roof areas, it is proposed simply to just discharge to flow over land without any treatment whatsoever. I mean, it says that it goes to stormwater wetland, but for the most part, a stormwater wetland as treatment practice generally is constructed wetland as opposed to existing. And, you know, like when you provide calculation, you're supposed to size that wetland just to say that it's attained that water quality volume. So then I didn't notice, maybe it's not missing, maybe it just was not in the materials that I reviewed, but there were no soil testing results, and applicant is proposing underground detention system, and then these 3 water quality basins that rely on infiltration. And again, according to Connecticut Stormwater Quality Manual, test pits or soil boring should be used to determine depth of groundwater or depth of, to bedrock. The bottom of the infiltration facility should be located at least 3 feet above the seasonally high water table or bedrock, as documented by on-site soil testing. So if, let's say, it is designed, but let's say if bedrock or whatever, or high groundwater is present, then these detention measures, stormwater detention practices are not going to provide any stormwater detention. Then low impact development measures. I didn't find any low impact development measures, as right now currently is strongly recommended by Connecticut Stormwater DEP, and it is recommended in Stormwater Quality Manual. So these low impact development measures would be rain gardens, rain barrels, pervious surfaces. So I didn't notice any of those. Then I wanted to make a point about this also culvert, 12-inch culvert, existing culvert that will be, it is proposed to be replaced by 2 elliptical pipes, which is obviously would serve very beneficially for the wetland. However, it would be some more perhaps calculations needed because also this subcatchment area, it is proposed to be increased by ½ acre, and that subcatchment area number 3 is where Stony Brook is, and now we're also increasing this water flow from catchment area. I suppose it's maybe number 1, by making, instead of 12-inch pipe, now we would be having 2 elliptical pipes. So hydraulically, it seems like there very well be more water, like storm water, and like the water elevation might be increased at the point where it leaves the site and into adjacent properties, and possibly cause impacts such as either washing off the bridges downstream, or causing floods between, let's say, if somewhere downstream that culvert is silted. So that even minor increase in water elevation might cause some kind of a flood or washing of the bridge in the storm event. That would be it.
Good evening. My name is Anthony Zumba. I'm a certified ecologist. I reside at 1298 Harper Turnpike, North Haven, Connecticut. I'm also a certified soil scientist and a certified hazardous material manager. I have 27 years experience in natural resource management, wetland delineation, fish and wildlife habitat assessments, ecology, and environmental impact assessment. Also, I'm an adjunct professor at University of New Haven, and I teach the environmental impact assessment class there. I have a CV for your use. There are 12 copies there, so you can see my credentials. I'm here this evening to talk about my experiences within the Stony Brook watershed, specifically some of the indicator species and some of the different natural resources of conservation concern. Some of the points I was going to make tonight I think have already been addressed, so I'll try and skip through those as fast as I can. But so that I don't miss anything, please just bear with me. Stony Brook is a prominent riverine system that bisects the site and is therefore a potential direct receptor of any pollutants, sediments, and trash and other debris leaving the site. This same watercourse flows off-site to adjacent and downstream natural areas. It bisects the natural areas of the White Barn Preserve in Norwalk, the Earth Place, the Nature Discovery Center in Westport, Connecticut, and other sensitive receptors further downstream, including Nash Pond and the Saugatuck River, the latter of which discharges directly to Long Island Sound. Using the Cowardin classification system, Stony Brook is a riverine upper perennial watercourse with an unconsolidated bottom. This means since it's a perennial stream, its base hydrology is largely sustained by groundwater discharge and there's measurable flow throughout the year during most normal years. That has implications for the type of aquatic fauna that one may find in that system. Note on the water quality, I think it was mentioned that according to the Connecticut DEP, water quality standards for inland surface waters, the streams that drain into Stony Brook at the site and adjacent areas and Stony Brook itself are designated as a Class A watercourse. Surface waters with this designation are presumed suitable for their designated uses that include fish and wildlife habitat, among other legitimate uses. Such streams are important to maintaining our native populations of coldwater finfish species and associated aquatic fauna. The State of Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection's water quality goal is to maintain that Class A designation and the designated uses. Likewise, groundwater quality within and proximal to the site and adjacent areas is classified as GA. Groundwater with this classification is within the influence of private drinking water wells. The aquifer beneath the site and the vicinity is an important resource upon which residential properties may rely to recharge private drinking water wells. A note on the habitats. A notable ecological feature of Stony Brook, just downstream of the site in Westport, where I have most of my experience, is that it's flanked with bordering vegetated wetlands, red maple, skunk cabbage community. In these reaches, the brook has a shallow gradient and a moderate sinuosity. In some areas, the stream bed is dominated by silt and muck, sometimes vegetated with obligate herbaceous wetland plants. That means plants that need to grow in a wetland and are found growing in such conditions 99% of the time. In other areas, the stream bed is dominated by sandy shoals, and still other areas the stream bed is dominated by boulder and cobble. The channel consist of alternating riffle, run, and pool areas. So these riffle, run, pool areas, they all have varying water velocities, and thus together with the different water depths and different substrate types and other factors, they all contribute to a network of microhabitats that add to the biodiversity and thus the biological value of this watercourse. So with that in mind, there are concerns with upstream development because it poses a threat to some of these ecological attributes. Water quality impacts is paramount, and potential water quality impacts. All of the attributes that I noted are threatened by large pulses of sediment, such as what can potentially be generated should a major precipitation event occur while the proposed site development is under construction. Therefore, I urge the Commission to look very closely at the applicant's stormwater management plans to ensure that it is comprehensive, detailed, and compliant with Connecticut DEP regulations for management, stormwater management. Untreated stormwater with elevated sediment loads, pollutants, and floatable allochthonous debris generated from this development should not be allowed to enter the Stony Brook system, the brook and its tributaries, under any circumstances. There is an abundance of naturally deposited coarse woody debris in the upper reaches of the Stony Brook system. And often this debris in turn collects accumulated leaf litter along the shores. This is an important habitat attribute for the northern two-line salamander, a species of greatest conservation need identified by the Connecticut DEP in their wildlife conservation strategy. And there are populations of two-line salamander that occur within the system, just downstream of the site in Westport, potentially even on site. There is concern with flow impacts because of this species and otherwise. Not only is it imperative that the water quality of Stony Brook and its tributaries be protected, it's also important that the hydrology of the stream be maintained as near to present conditions as possible. No activity should be allowed within the watershed that have potential to cause significant changes to the low flow or high flow conditions of Stony Brook. Water kept from entering the system could result in impact to perennial flows during the summer months when flows tend to be at or about their annual minimum. Should perennial flows cease, the system may lose its hydrologic connectivity, impacting many of the aquatic animal movements and dispersal, and allowing low oxygen levels to develop as pool waters become stagnant. On the opposite end of the spectrum, large pulses of water entering the system could scour small textured benthic substrates, resuspend settled solids, physically flush fauna out of the stream reaches and into downstream ponds, and scour away accumulated leaf litter and other autochthonous, that's debris that's generated from within the natural system, that forms the basis of the detrital food chain. Now, the detrital food pathway is an alternative energy pathway that is extremely important to headwater streams and upper reaches of watercourses, where in-stream production from submerged aquatic vegetation is generally lacking because of the shading of the overhead canopies. So there's a whole plethora of organisms that are supported by the energy flow through this detrital pathway. Okay, and that is from the leaf rain that starts to be broken down and shredded up by aquatic insects. Okay, when the streams become flashy because of too much stormwater impact coming in at any one time, it tends to flush all this stuff out of the system. Okay, so land use activities in the adjacent uplands that may cause significant hydrologic changes within Stony Brook could disrupt existing stream ecology and render this lotic system unsuitable for many of the indicator species found to inhabit the stream. All right, so what are the indicator species that tell us, testify about that are a testament to the exquisite water quality found within the upper reaches of Stony Brook? Observations of the benthic habitat within Stony Brook stream channel and the adjacent floodplain just downstream in Westport resulted in discovery, as I mentioned, of a population of two-line salamanders, but also freshwater mussels and aquatic insects of the order Plecoptera and Trichoptera. These are stoneflies and caddisflies. These organisms indicate high water quality, and in the case of the two-line salamander, stable hydrology. In addition to those organisms, mink tracks were found running parallel to Stony Brook during a winter track survey conducted in January 2014. Actually, that's January this year. That should be January 2015. Minks are a high trophic level predator and thus indicative of a wildlife corridor with productive and diverse food base. They have home ranges of 2 to 3 miles in diameter along riparian habitats and thus rely on the connectivity of these bordering vegetated wetlands adjacent to the Stony Brook drainage. While also the riparian habitat along the watercourse could impact habitat suitability for this predator by fragmenting the habitat. Loss of this species from the native fauna of the system could signify the onset and deterioration of the ecosystem stability for other native species as well. So with that in mind, there are concerns with what was presented here tonight. And quickly, let me point out a few things that jumped out at me. When talking about wetland mitigation, typically a 1-to-1 ratio is hardly ever used by regulators. Army Corps of Engineers historically had required 3-to-1 for plush reinforced systems. But they are often even higher depending on the functions and values of the individual wetlands that are mitigated. I've seen it as much as 5-to-1, and in some cases as much as 15-to-1. So the only time I've ever seen a 1-to-1 mitigation ratio is when the wetland is a hazardous waste site, and therefore the Army Corps would rather you just get rid of it all and start over because of potential toxicity issues. The 50-foot setbacks from a vegetated wetland and a 100-foot setback from a watercourse really means nothing to wildlife. Some wildlife have amazing dispersal capabilities from wetlands, to and from wetlands, and rely on adjacent uplands to complete their life history. So some species can disperse as much as 1,000 feet from a wetland system. The walls that were mentioned to limit the fill areas, although it does limit the fill and reduce that impact, it creates a whole nother impact to the dispersal of these species, and that was mentioned. And so the way to offset that is through box culverts. And typically in road construction projects that I've been asked to find ways to mitigate impact, we spec out culverts, not just in the wetlands, but also in upland areas too. So if the wetlands are under flood stage, animals that don't like to get their feet wet have a way to cross the road safely. And we're talking about low vigility species, those that can't get out of the way of an oncoming car. Things like box turtles and salamanders and snakes. Okay. The applicant talked about trying to develop treatment trains, and they used the word tried. So maybe that was just a misspeak. Either they did or they didn't. And one of the mitigating measures was the use of hydrodynamic separators with deep sumps to attenuate the suspended solid loads. Those are great, and we see it in these plans all the time, but they're only great when they're maintained. And so if nobody's there to maintain, and if there's nobody there to enforce the maintenance, then once those deep sumps become clogged with sediment, they cease to work. And there was mention of other culverts, I think owned by the town or whomever, or maybe prior property owners, that were silted up. And certainly there was mention of the existing pipe in between the wetlands that was partially clogged. So that's great for TSS removal, but what about all the other pollutants that could be expected to be generated on site, such as oils and grease from the cars, and polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, and heavy metals, and all the different fertilizers and pesticides that will probably be used on site as well. Once all these things start to enter the Stony Brook system, that has impact to the water quality, and we could lose that Class A designation. There was mention about eastern box turtle. That was a species that's a species of special concern in Connecticut. If there was no surveys for that, then I think there should be. If there was surveys and they weren't found, that doesn't mean that they're not present on the site. Typically, when we do those levels of surveys, it's a presence not detected. It's not presence absence. They're notorious for being very cryptic species. They're very hard to find, even by people with lots of expertise. This is a species that requires a mosaic of habitat types, not just wetlands, but also uplands as well. It's not typically thought of as an aquatic animal, like a painted turtle. But box turtles regulate their body temperatures based on environmental conditions. And when it's really hot and really dry, they seek out wetlands to cool off. And areas that don't have wetlands, because they've been impacted or filled, no longer there, the box turtle populations typically tend to wink out. Also, in the areas where there's too high a road density or too high of traffic volumes, box turtles are notoriously susceptible to being run over by cars because of their low speeds in which they move. There was talk about mitigating some of the vegetation impacts through supplemental plantings. And their supplemental plantings and mitigation programs are notoriously poorly underperforming. And that is why the Army Corps of Engineers has been pushing for an in lieu fee program in the state and other states, because they recognize the fact that most of these mitigated wetlands and restoration sites tend to fail. And no offense meant towards landscape architects and to engineers, but the reason why they often fail is because nobody takes into the account the ecology of the species. It's more than just shopping for natives. It's getting the right species for the right site, the right sun, the right salt conditions, the right soil features, etc. Oftentimes, when the site's been regraded, you've lost the native soil profile, and you try and slap some, plantings back in there. The invasives may actually take over because invasive plants tend to grow well in disturbed soils. I'm glad that I agree with everything Dr. Danzer said, and I'm glad he brought up a lot of those things. I just wanted to add to his observations and statements about leaf staining. He's absolutely right in that there are other organisms that use temporary pools to complete their life histories, not just the obligate vernal pool species, but also species that we call facultative vernal pool species. These are species that could occur in other wetlands, but also are found in seasonal pools. And they often include aquatic insects and invertebrates, like Dr. Danzer said. And they are a very, very important part of the woodland ecology, because they are insects that are generally out and about at the end of winter and early spring, when most of the flying insects are not around. And some of the early returning neotropical migrant songbirds will feed down on the ground and rely on these aquatic insects for forage until most of the aerial flying insects come out. The loss of canopy within a pedestrian wetland, for example at Basin 6, is of concern, because that canopy is what shades water that finds its way into Stony Brook. And once you start clearing forest canopy and exposing ponded water to the sun, it heats up, and that could be an impact to species that require very cold water, which tends to hold more oxygen than hot water. That's about all I have to say. So just in summation, the protection of the headwater streams and the high-quality ephemeral wetlands to maintain water quality and habitat functionality should be a priority conservation goal for Norwalk and for the town of Westport too. This is best done by implementing best management practices to prevent erosion and sedimentation control, keeping pollutants, toxicants, and nutrient sources from entering the wetlands and watercourses via proper stormwater management, both pre, during, and post-construction, keeping watercourses shaded by retaining forest canopy cover over the upper stream reaches and tributaries, and protecting bordering vegetated wetlands and maintaining adequate vegetated upland buffer zones around these resources as well. Thank you.
Okay, I have Marnie Smith.
Here I am. Good evening. My name is Marnie Smith, and I live at 42 Ledgebrook Drive in Norwalk. I'm no longer, I never was a neighbor of the White Barn property, but I was very much involved in it. I became president of the Norwalk Land Trust in 2005, when the Save Cranberry Neighborhood Group was in the midst of an all-out effort to save the Lucille Lortel's White Barn property and theater from being developed inappropriately. Save Cranberry asked the Norwalk Land Trust to help with their effort, and much time during my first years as president was devoted to saving as much of the White Barn property as possible as open space. The Norwalk Land Trust hired the New Haven law firm Cooper, Whitney, Cochran, and Francois to help us do this. Peter Cooper had written the Inland Wetland and Watercourses Act, enacted in 1972, and thus was vitally interested in seeing Connecticut's inland wetlands protected. Without his help and the help of his partner Linda Francois in negotiating the shoals of state grants, it is doubtful we would have received the $450,000 grant awarded in 2006 toward purchase of the 5+ acres of the White Barn land and pond. These acres make up the conservation easement held by the city, the state, and the Norwalk Land Trust, all of whose contributions made up the $700,000 purchase of the easement. So many of us, all citizen volunteers, worked tirelessly to negotiate with the trustees of the Lucille Lortel Foundation, which owned the property, the Attorneys General of Connecticut and New York, the City of Norwalk, as well as the DEP grant program, that to say that it constituted a Herculean effort would not be an exaggeration. We worked too hard to secure this conservation easement, to give up protecting the critical function of the intermittent wetlands that dot this property in the face of today's application for a development. In a section of Norwalk that is fiercely protective of its wild element, inappropriate development should be discouraged. Please require a new plan for this development. Thank you.
Thank you, Marnie.
Due to a person that has their name on, I'm going to switch places with Allison Wagner because she has to leave at this hour. So please put my name in her place.
Okay, Allison Wagner.
Hello, I'm Allison Wagner. I live at 81 Wolf Pit Ave in Norwalk. And I am speaking on behalf of Celia Maddox, who had to be out of the country, but wanted a letter to be put on the record. Celia Maddox lives at 112 Partridge Avenue in Norwalk. Dear members of Norwalk Conservation Commission, I'm writing to urge you to deny the special permit filed by Special Properties 2 for development of cluster housing on the White Barn property at Newtown Avenue and Cranberry Road, Norwalk. A proposal for 15 clustered houses with attendant roads, filled in, created and non-contiguous wetlands, with its isolated spots of conserved land, all totted up to qualify as a conservation development, might comply with the numbers, but it certainly mocks the spirit of conservation. That 4 or 5 of these houses are to be situated as close as the law will allow to the pond and White Barn Preserve is particularly egregious. It is evidence of a concern to maximize profit at the expense of a biodiverse habitat of woods, pond, and Stony Brook. It is hard to imagine an engineering report that could guarantee no potential damage to the watershed, local wells, drainage, and water quality in this flood-prone neighborhood. Nor can I imagine an argument that demonstrates how this development would not harm or preserve that, please remember, the city, state, and community paid for and fought very hard to establish. In density and design, the development plan proposed is not in harmony with the character of the neighborhood. The White Barn property should not be considered just another buildable lot. It is not only environmentally sensitive, but historically important, having stood as a central feature of the Cranberry neighborhood since Lucille Lortel established her White Barn Theater there 70 years ago. The simple fact of this property's existence in Cranberry would, it seems to me, mandate especially respectful treatment. Moreover, a special permit challenges local commissions to look beyond the minimal regs and requirements. It demands far-sighted discretion, prudence, and an extra measure of good judgment to ensure the continued health, beauty, and well-being of the community. I am confident that the Conservation Commission will rise to these challenges. Sincerely, Celia Maddox.
Thank you. Robert, I might be saying your name wrong. Robert Cut.
C-U-T-H.
Mr. Cutler had very small children, and I believe he may or may not be back later, but he was here and he has a letter.
Okay.
He has the letter?
We'll be submitting that at the end, if that's okay with the commission.
Okay.
Yeah, his very young children that.
Do you want to submit it now, or just give it to us now? Or he's going to read it if he comes back?
Correct, thank you.
Okay.
Can
you remind us before the end of this, if he's come back or not, so you can give the letter if he doesn't come back?
Thank you, absolutely.
Joe Puglisi? Puglisi?
My name is Joe Pugliese. I live at 411 Newtown Avenue, which is directly across from this.
Can't hear you.
Hear me? Any better?
If you speak kind of into it.
Okay, let me just relocate. Any better? Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Live at 441 Newtown Avenue, right across from this proposed development. Been in the area well over 50 years. I actually worked on the White Barn Theater. I was 8 years old. Along the perimeter of the Newtown Avenue and Cranberry Road was large stone wall borders the property. I was 8 years old, and my dad was a contractor, and I was shanghaied into working. That's the time there construction was going on at the Manresa power plant. There was very little labor available, so I was shanghaied into working. The only reason I bring that out is let you know my familiarity of the with the property. Worked on it quite a few years, but now let me get to my main issue here. I'm concerned about this development for the flooding situation. Now, I've been in my house approximately 25 years, never had a flooding issue. Several years ago, there was a development right up Stony Brook, Newtown Court. 6 houses were built. 4 were along the stream or the brook. Several years ago, I noticed that every time we have a heavy rain, it would, backyard would flood. They used to have an overflowing well. That's disappeared. When we get these heavy rainstorms, I could see water bubbling up in the slab in my basement. I actually had to drill a hole to release the pressure. Now that's only 4 houses upstream, and they're about the same proximity as these 15 houses that are proposed. That's a very sensitive area. It's been brought out by other people, so I'm not going to go into that. I only have so many minutes to speak. When you start punching 15 houses into the ground and going out 8 or 10 feet into the ground for foundation and footings, you've got to do something to alter the wetlands, the hydrology, whatever. I had that situation with 4 houses. You can imagine what's going to happen with 15. So I'd like to take all this into consideration when you make a judgment. I think this project is way too big and should be redesigned smaller scale. You've heard all the evidence, and there's no point in me trying to repeat it all. And that's basically what I have to say this evening.
Thank you. Ellis Cooper?
Good evening. For the record, my name is Ellis Cooper. I live at 456 Newtown Avenue. I own the property to the north of the proposed development, and I will spare you further comment. Please play the video.
Okay, Sunday, April 15th. This is the backyard. The river is beyond where those 2 trees are. And beyond where that bush is right there, the backyard is underwater. Just about up to the deck. I don't think it's going too much higher than that. Might luck out on this one. That's about a 2-foot drop off from the shore to the water, right about where I'm aiming right now, just left of that bush. And it's coming up past the crab apple tree and getting closer and closer to the deck.
discussion. See you come back.
Thank you for your time.
Mr. Cooper, was that video of your home?
It was not.
It was not your home?
It was not my home.
So you have to put this in context for me because I don't know where we are.
It's on the south side, it's on the title, it's the south side of Cranberry Road, right across from the entrance to the entrance that's gonna disappear.
Okay, and for the record, who are you?
I'm Marty Coleman, I'm the one that's, sorry.
She is truly my better half.
Okay,
All right?
thank you.
If that doesn't have to go into the public record.
And I have CDs for everybody with this on it.
Yeah, Michelle on the map. It's by the Putnam Bridge, is where it was taken.
Is there a date for the first one?
Is there a date yet? It was,
Said April
I think it's
15,
April
2007.
Oh, okay, there were two sort of views.
one is from the northern side in the park, or sorry, in the preserve, and the other is on the other side of Cranberry Road. And it's pretty much across from
Same storm, April
Yeah.
15th, 2007.
I believe so. I have to check that. Okay. It was
The voice
filmed by
said
the
April,
same person.
the voice said April 15,
Right.
and then there's something up there
It
that
said
said
spring. I had spring because I'd gotten two different dates, like a March date and a April date, and I didn't have time to confirm it, so I just wanted to put spring in because it just wasn't certain.
So we're not sure of the dates?
No, I can get the dates definitively. I have an email that has it in it, and I put it in here as, sorry.
If you want to take your time and try and find the date, and we'll move on to other people, and then you can supply that to us maybe before tonight's over.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Peggy Holton.
Handouts. Can you put my picture up? My name is Peggy Holton. I live at 9 Edelweiss Road, West Norwalk. I am a longtime member of the Norwalk Land Trust. Like Barney, I was part of the original work back in 2005 that resulted in what we thought was a very fine solution for the entire property. I'm not going to repeat all of the many knowledgeable comments and recommendations that have been made here, but I thought it was important to have at least a graphic to show the extent of the downstream area that Stony Brook feeds. So we've established that there will be flooding, there will be runoff, there will be decreased permeable surface, there will be increased impermeable surface, and that the tools necessary to effectively mitigate all of those things are very difficult. There is one tool which Norwalk has not used to its advantage. The state of Connecticut DEEP has, of course, extensive recommendations on handling of wetlands and recommends that a 100-foot setback in wetland areas makes all kinds of good sense. Most cities in Connecticut have adopted the 100-foot setback guideline. Norwalk remains at 50 feet. We are shooting ourselves in our own feet because we can at least avoid creating some of these problems. I urge you not to approve the proposal as submitted, and I urge you to recommend that Norwalk amend its regulations on wetland setbacks to change 50 feet to 100 feet.
It's a small step, but it would save a lot of problems. Thank you.
Bob Welsh.
Good evening. My name is Bob Welsh. I've been a resident of Norwalk for 17 years. I'm a member of the board of the Norwalk Land Trust, and I live about 2 miles from the preserve. I often walk there. I would like to agree with all of the people who raised concerns about this plan, and I would like to add my own specific concern with respect to the fact that 5 acres on the White Barn property will be stripped of nearly all trees. I understand this to be the case because the Westport Conservation Commission issued a letter on May 5th in which they referred to the project as almost a total deforestation. Now, trees have been cut down in Norwalk before, and trees will probably be cut down in Norwalk again in the future. So it's reasonable to ask, what's so special about these trees? Well, what we have here is an aerial view of the White Barn property. I think it's helpful to have a view of what's actually there. My girlfriend says this looks like broccoli. So up here at the top is Newtown Avenue. Down the side here is Cranberry Road. The outline in white is the White Barn Preserve, and the outline in red is the balance of the property, which is being discussed for development here tonight. What makes these trees special? Well, they abut the White Barn Preserve, which, as was previously mentioned, taxpayers spent $700,000 to create back in 2007. So in 2008, anyone who lives in Norwalk, or in the state of Connecticut for that matter, became a part owner of this preserve. Every day, part owners die, and new ones are born over at Norwalk Hospital. Seems to me that the question for us tonight is what kind of stewards will we be during our relatively brief period of responsibility for the preserve? What does the removal of nearly all trees from 5 acres look like? This is the footprint of the development superimposed on the existing view of the property. I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that right here, part of the preserve is the pond, and 60 feet from the wetland right here, we're building houses. To quote the Westport Conservation Letter, extensive tree removal will impact the physical characteristics of the wetlands and watercourses on the property. Now, the lines between the preserve and the proposed development shown on this map were drawn by man. nature will not know or care. We don't need to be experts to be certain that the tree removal proposed here will affect the preserve here, as well as the wetlands and the wildlife on the rest of the property. Due to the late hour, I'm going to skip a summary on all the aesthetics and intangible benefits of trees and just touch briefly on the practical benefits. There is their cooling shade. There is the work they do is great, giant natural air filters. There is the water absorption. There is the stability that they contribute to the soil, to healthy stream banks, and to controlling the temperatures of our wetlands and water courses. The near total deforestation of the 5 acres shown in this plan would harm the delicate ecosystem of the White Barn Preserve. I'm not an expert, but I do have common sense. Therefore, please deny the developer's permit request and ask him to come back. Come back with a more balanced and less destructive plan that protects the White Barn property's trees, the White Barn Preserve, its wetlands, and its watercourses. Thank you for all the work that you do as volunteers on the commission, and thank you for your time and consideration this evening.
Thank you. Marty Coleman? Excuse me? Marty Coleman?
No, thank you. Thank you.
Hi, can you hear me? My name is Martha Coleman, and my husband Ellis Cooper and I have lived at 456 Newtown Avenue, Norwalk for 30 years. Our property abuts the northern border of the Special Properties 2 parcel. The current plan has defined easement areas in the development in addition to the original preserve plan. My concern is how the new patchwork of easement areas defined on the plan will support the state and city intent of the original preserve, which our tax dollars were used to obtain. Since the preserve provides habitat for a large number of species, it can only provide habitat if the wildlife can get to it unimpeded and survive in it, as well as the water, the land, water, quantity, and quality allows. Since the entire upland area is proposed to be developed, one could assume that wildlife will pass through the developed area or need to move around the development area via the patchwork of easement areas and over the development roads, which will have considerable traffic with this housing density and the accompanying support services that they will require, such as visitors, FedEx, UPS, garbage, cleaning, and postal services, plus others. It's not just 15, two-car garages. To facilitate the unimpeded access of wildlife, it seems reasonable that the wetland areas on both sides of the driveway should be connected. I discussed that with a box culvert. I won't repeat that one. It was also the Westport Conservation Commission suggestion. I would like the commission to consider placing restrictions on the new conservation easements similar to the restrictions contained in the original easement document for the preserve. These are defined in the original document under item 5, water protection and waste disposal, and item 6, prohibited uses and restrictions. Item 5 restricts the uses of chemicals, pesticides, herbicides, fungicides, and restricts the disposal of debris of various types. The disposal of the debris is a particular concern since construction generates significant waste either from excavation or from construction debris. Item 6 restricts commercial activities, various types of structures such as cell towers, satellite dishes, buildings, roads, and parking lots. It does not seem unreasonable to expect this consistency between the old easement and the new since it is illogical, for example, to restrict the use of chemicals on one area, yet not restrict them in areas directly uphill from the preserve. By not doing so, harm could be caused to the area that the original grant was designed to protect. I'm also requesting consideration of a restriction on all barriers designed to prevent movement along or within the conservation easement areas, such as deer or other fencing, the creation of berms or other barriers. I have included a copy of the original easement document for those commissioners who may not have had time to review this in preparation for this meeting. I want to thank you for the opportunity to share my concerns with you.
Thank you.
One quick,
Yeah.
find those also was sworn in.
I can't do that while I will do it as soon as we're not using it.
Okay.
Did you say that you gave us the original easement?
I have a copy.
Oh, okay.
If you only have one, it was the staff.
Okay, thank you. Joanne Jackson.
Good evening. This represents the thoughts of mostly neighbors. So I'll just answer them here for the record. Their opposition to this plan. Everyone completes that. And some folks know. So that's one thing.
You can hold it.
Good evening. My name is Joanne Jackson, and I have resided at 450 Newtown Avenue, across from the White Barn property, my entire life. Actually, my brother Joe is there, so our houses are right next to one another. He spoke a little bit earlier. My family has lived here for over 60 years, so we're very familiar with the White Barn property and the surrounding area. The White Barn property is not just another building lot. I think you've gotten a sense of that from the passion with which people have spoken this evening. For this reason, when the property was first under threat of development 12 years ago, I founded, along with several other neighbors, Safe Cranberry Association, which is the grassroots organization that has been the watchdog for this property and its rural environs. I'm also a seasoned member of the Norwalk Land Trust Board of Directors, and I am also the principal steward of this preserve. The White Barn property, and you've heard this from experts, but I will just do a very quick run through because you've heard this in great detail already this evening, and we appreciate your indulgence. The White Barn property has unique biodiversity: woodland, wetland, Stony Brook, a Class A stream, has a pond and a meadow. This unique biodiversity was actually the very basis for the grant obtained through the efforts of the Norwalk Land Trust, Safe Cranberry, Norwalk, Westport residents, and supported by state and local elected officials. According to the DEEP grant, the City of Norwalk, the State of Connecticut, the Norwalk Land Trust are actually the official stewards of this property. But as taxpayers, each of us is actually a steward of this preserve, and that's a theme that was echoed earlier. And as such, we all have a fiduciary responsibility to protect this preserve, for which, by the way, the applicant was paid $700,000 in taxpayer dollars for an easement. Marty, could you please start the video? We have a brief video, and I will speak while. Here we are. That's the sign, by the way, that the DEEP requires that basically memorializes the fact that it's a DEP grant. These are photos of the preserve area, the pond. It's an amazing property. That's where the houses would be. And these are some photos of wildlife. This is actually a complete list of wildlife that neighbors and experts as well have identified as being inhabitants of this White Barn property. And they're titled at the top. While you're looking at the lovely photos, I'm going to quote from Jenny Dixon, who's the supervising wildlife biologist for Connecticut DEEP, the Wildlife Division. When we're putting together a stewardship plan for that, I took that photo, by the way, isn't he handsome? So while we were preparing stewardship best practices for the preserve, we consulted with the DEP. And Jenny Dixon, again, supervising wildlife biologist. Oh, here you go. So quoting Jenny Dixon, the White Barn Preserve is of particular importance in helping the Connecticut DEP achieve its goals given the extensive inland, wetland, and watercourses and the variety of species that frequent the preserve. Sensitive water birds like great blue herons, black-crowned night herons, and wood ducks are less likely to use the pond and Stony Brook's banks as foraging, resting, or nesting areas if human activities are introduced. Human intrusions would also discourage small mammal use of the pond and Stony Brook corridor. That would be muskrats, mink, river otter, and weasel. And that's the end of the quote from the Connecticut DEP, the supervising senior-most wildlife biologist. And I just wanted to quickly quote, I have copies here for the commissioners so you can read it. It's 2 pages. This is a couple of quotes from the Connecticut DEP Key Threats publication. Under the category of residential and commercial development, they list the following: loss, degradation, or fragmentation of habitats from development or changes in land use, loss to development of buffers around streams, vernal pools, wetlands, and key habitats that may provide migration corridors, degradation of habitat due to impacts of new roads, impervious surfaces, and culverts. The White Barn property, with its network of wetlands and watercourses, serves as a premier habitat, and it's actually a sanctuary, a true sanctuary for many of the wildlife species, including the eastern box turtle, which has been identified, sorry, I had to handwrite this. So the eastern box turtle, increasing fragmentation of their habitat has been identified as a threat to the eastern box turtle population. And again, that's from the DEP site. And you've heard a lot about the eastern box turtle. Unfortunately, there's 2 waterways on either side. There's the pond, of course, as part of the preserve, across the street, and that's where you saw some of the flooding scenes as well. The turtles cross back and forth, and unfortunately, they get squished by cars. This unfortunate fellow here was identified as an eastern box turtle by Earth Place. Earth Place is just downstream, a little ways there. And they're very confident that it is an eastern box turtle because they have one there on their property, and they have a live one called Zeke that's actually very entertaining. So they were very confident in their identification of this eastern box turtle. So I believe there's about a 30-second clip left to this. Are we able to play that, Marty? Okay, and it's surely for your enjoyment and to sort of underscore the amazing sensitivity of the watercourse and wetland. We're very appreciative of your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Matthew Mandel. I live at 18 Ferry Lane East, Westport, Connecticut. I used to live at 38 Partridge Road, Westport, Connecticut. And since the inception of the Save Cranberry Association, I have been an ally of theirs in working for saving the White Barn property. I am a 10-year member of Westport's RTM, which is similar to your Common Council. I am the chair of the Planning and Zoning Committee, and for those 10 years I was on the Environment Committee. I am also a trustee at Earth Place, which is downstream. I'm here for two reasons. One, to represent my constituents in Westport who do have concerns about the downstream runoff from the property. To save us all time, I'll just invoke what the wetland specialist spoke about, the hydrologist, and to agree with everything that he had to say. The other aspect is to talk about specifics of the property and the things that I think you should be looking at. The first thing is a discussion about the 50%. I believe that you guys should leave this hearing open and get a determination from your planning and zoning department as to whether or not 50% of the land is being saved. It is within your jurisdiction to weigh the impacts of the open space as to whether or not it is being used properly. And if they don't have 50%, then you can deny this without prejudice until they can come back with the proper plan. So you do have that option to be able to utilize it. Something that's been bothering me is from the beginning when the lawyer for the applicant is talking about the misinformation and then says that with this development they'll be saving 10 acres of property. That's not the case. They're only saving 5, and if such, it's really only 4.1 acres of the property, because 5 to 6 acres are already saved. So they're coming and telling you that they're saving 10 acres when that's not the case. It already is. Furthermore, when they talked about the deforestation, they said they're not deforesting because 2/3 of the property is being saved as open space. That's not the case. Again, only 5 acres are being saved of the 15. And the other 5 acres that they're dealing with is being deforested, so there can be trees. The other 5 acres has already been saved. So really you're only looking at 5 acres being saved and 5 acres being developed. The other 5 acres were saved by the Save Cranberry Association and the Norwalk Land Trust and the state of Connecticut. One of the issues that you should be looking at is that in the conservation land, the state says that you should be looking at what the DEP says and how to take care of it. And one of the DEP mandates is that you look at a 100-foot setback from any kind of water property. Now, Norwalk has a 50-foot setback from the upland review area. For the rest of the property, that's fine, if that's where you want to take it. But from the conservation land, meaning from the pond, you should be using the DEP's determination of 100 feet. Now, the houses are sitting at about 75 feet. So the houses should be moved back at least 25 feet. But you should actually move it further back because we heard an example from the environmentalists that people will use their backyards. They'll throw their balls, they'll do things in their backyards, and they'll encroach even further. So what's happening is in this property, and here it is as a great example, is what was essentially saved as a public trust land that's supposed to be used by the public, people from Norwalk, people from Westport, that was saved by your money, my money, and the town or the city of Norwalk's money, is suddenly becoming the backyard for these 4 houses. I'll give that 5th one is not their backyard, but this becomes their backyard, and that's essentially a violation of the public trust in my mind. So you can be looking at it in terms of when you read the easement property, it talks about the visual aesthetics of the property for the public, the use of it, and the tranquility of it. And that's completely going to be interrupted by the houses being so close. So you have a number of reasons why you should be looking at those specific 4 houses and pushing them back and further off. If that means that you can't have, 8 houses in that area, then so be it. It's within your purview to be able to do that, to protect the wetlands, to protect the public trust. If you're worrying about it being a money issue, that's not your concern, that the developer says that he's invested a lot of money. You're only looking at this in terms of how this affects the environment, not in terms of how much money the developer is making. As an aside, the developer has already been paid for the easement land. He sold off a piece of property from Westport that's been removed from the property. He got paid well. And also, all the time that the Quaker school wanted to build it, they were paying money into the system. So he's been paid well to begin with. But again, it's not your concern about the finances. So if you can look at making this a better development by pushing these houses away or changing the development to be a stronger development environmentally, then that's within your purview. In terms of the sewer, I didn't realize that they are using individual macerator pumps in a low pressure system. If you move forward in this, you should put into your recommendations that 4 things. 1, that the check valve be put in between the house and the main line. Westport had a problem when there was a power outage, and when all of them fired up at the same time, one of the check valves in the house blew. There wasn't a way, and so all the effluent came back from all of the other ones into the house and then spilled out of the house. Horrible scene. That would be a horrible scene in this area because of so much water. You saw the flooding that goes on, and if that was the case, all that effluent would go in and destroy the wetlands and move downstream. So a check valve is something you need to put in there. There should be 2, a battery backup to be able to flush the tank in case there isn't any electricity. 3, there should be an alarm system on it so when the tank is full, the residents know that it's full and can deal with it. 4, you should have a user manual, because you have no idea people who are coming up from New York City who have never seen a system like this before and what they might throw into the toilet. Please put those in, that if you're going to do this as the Conservation Commission to protect the wetlands from any kind of effluent fouling up the system, please do that. Most of all, you should be looking at this in terms of how this affects the environment. Is this too many houses? Is this too many houses for you to deal with? I would suggest it is. No one's saying that there shouldn't be some kind of development here. We understand there are property rights and they bought it. We understand that things move forward in our towns. But we should be looking at it globally and what's the impact? Is it too much? Take the time, listen to what was said by the opposition to this application, and weigh it and find ways that you think that you can trim it down to make it much more viable for both the environment and the people who are living around it. I urge you to look at this and trim it back. Most of all, take your time, leave this open, find out whether or not it's 50%, because if it's not, it's over right there. They don't meet the zoning regulations, and you can make that call on your own. Thank you very much.
Jeff Block, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Black. I live at 67 Patrick Road. That is approximately, it's on the Westport side. It's approximately a quarter mile away from the property we're discussing. And I'm also here in the capacity of co-chairman of Save Westport Now, a 30-year-old organization in Westport that has been dedicated to residents' rights and smart growth development. And I have to look at this particular development and say it doesn't meet that standard. I have with me the letter that you received on May 5th from Alicia Mosian, who is the director of our Conservation Department. Many of the issues that were mentioned in this letter, and I assume you folks have had the opportunity to read it, have already been discussed, and I don't want to get deeply into it, but there is the suggestions, for example, that you adhere to the Connecticut DEP recommended 100-foot undisturbed buffer. There was concern mentioned with the development of 10-foot basements and what the effect that have on groundwater. There was also I think, very important element in here. It was noticed that when the soil scientists for the developer did their work, it was done in December. This is a dry season for that area. And it was recommended that the developer should come back and redo their studies during the wet seasons. Good time might be right now. There's also mention of box culverts. And again, I don't want to go through the entire discussion that you've heard already. I would like to mention that I have pictures in my files at home of 2 minks frolicking in my backyard, so there are minks in the area. And I would also like to mention that I agree that these box culverts would be an absolute necessity, because the way this is developed here, you just don't have a path, a riparian path for any of the wildlife to get back and forth. And we very much support the Safe Cranberry organization, and very much would like to see the developer come back with a more consistent and valid representation for this area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. First, I'd like to thank the commission. It's really late. I'm usually home in bed with 3 dogs and getting kicked out the side of the bed at this hour. So thank you for bearing with us tonight. As you can hear, there's a lot of passionate voices here speaking to all of our concerns. And I'll reintroduce myself. My name is Gail Wall. I reside with my husband and 3 dogs today at 119 Partridge Avenue. I have a letter that I've been asked to read that has been written, and I'll read it into the record. It's by our former mayor, Alex Knopp. Dear members of the Norwalk Conservation Commission, as the mayor of Norwalk during the time of the White Barn property was first proposed for development in 2003, I worked very closely with the Cranberry residents, land preservationists in Norwalk and Westport, and the Lucille Hotel Foundation trustees in order to secure the best possible outcome for residents and the public interest. During the determination, due to the determination of the residents, our elected and appointed officials, and in recognition of the unique character of this property, we managed to secure 5.5 acre portion of the original 18-acre property. The city of Norwalk made available $250,000. That's your tax dollars, my tax dollars, everybody's tax dollars. Of the City of Norwalk Open Space Fund. This sum was combined with the $450,000 in the state of Connecticut DEEP Open Space Fund secured by our state legislators and endorsed by then Governor Rell. We were all there. The governor came to the site and actually presented that grant to us. The $700,000 sum was then paid to the developer, FIBA, to secure the 5.5 acre corner of the property, which would come to form the White Barn Preserve. Unfortunately, the original plan for the Quaker school did not come to fruition. The Cranberry neighbors supported the school use because of the green nature of the school's plan and the collaborative approach they took in consideration of the property, the neighborhood character, and the residents' needs. It would appear that the pending proposal for a 5-house development is not sufficiently harmonious with the neighborhood's rural character, nor does it seem to be prudent to place 15 houses in such close proximity to a nature preserve, 60 feet or so, wetlands or water course that is home to sensitive wildlife. I hope that the legacy of all of those involved in this ongoing effort would be redeemed by adopting a better and far less dense development proposal for this unique property in Norwalk. Very truly yours, Alex Knopp, Norwalk, Connecticut. I would like to point out, which has not been on my own behalf now, if you give me a moment, I'd like to show you, you've heard a lot from Partridge Avenue and Cranberry, but I don't think you understand how close all of the residents actually are in this effort. Because what happens on the White Barn property, it is divided at the corner of Partridge Avenue and Cranberry Road. That actually becomes Westport. There's 100 Partridge Avenue, the couple that had to leave with their small children. They actually pay taxes to Norwalk and Westport. There was a portion of the property that was sold off by the Friends School, so that doesn't come into the the 10 acres that's being discussed. So we all live in a very tight, already dense land neighborhood with a lot of water. There is a waterway that runs on the opposite side of the road of Partridge Avenue that feeds into Stony Creek. I live on the odd side of Partridge. Every spring, we would see a large snapping turtle cross Partridge Road, and across from us is a half-acre house and then a rear setback house. So that's, what, an acre and a half to the pond and to the creek? And that female turtle would come up every spring down a long driveway to the rear setback lot into our neighbor. And she would cross Partridge Avenue, which is a pretty greasy road, I complain about it often, come up our side of the driveway, and up to our side of the property is pretty much a high peak in that part of the road. And she would sit there and she would dig into the soil at the sunniest, highest part of the road. And we, my husband and I and one dog, would sit there and watch her lay her eggs. And I forgot the duration of time later, but a few weeks later, whatever the number is, in the heat of the day, in the morning, the lab would be out there barking, and they'd have all these about quarter-inch sized turtles coming out of the ground and trying to make their way down the hill, across Partridge Avenue, down that long, long driveway back to the creek to be with all the other little snapping turtles and maybe lunch for somebody else. To see that is amazing. To have neighbors stop on our road with this crazy woman with a cup of coffee and a shovel in her pajamas on a Saturday morning to help this big turtle and the little turtles make it across the road without being roadkill is really very moving. And it happens every single year. We have deer that are in that trail. We have other animals that are there. It is an incredible habitat. And to put all of these houses and to be a threat to that environment is just terribly, terribly wrong. We have to think about how we leave this beautiful planet. We are here for a short time. That is our job. And this is far too dense and encroaching in this magnificent site. Thank you.
Okay, Todd Brigant? Sorry.
Close.
Yeah.
While he goes to the podium, there's coffee in the hall. There's regular and decaf, and all are welcome. Plenty for everybody.
I said we were going to be here till midnight. I thought I was kidding. I'm Todd Bryant, 23 Morgan Avenue. I'm the president of the Norwalk Preservation Trust, and I'm here in support of the Norwalk Land Trust, Save Cranberry, and the other interveners. Sorry, hold on, I didn't know it was you. And we urge you to, and while we're mostly concerned with the built environment, we're certainly also very concerned with the natural environment. And in fact, the state of Connecticut puts them both together in the Connecticut Environmental Protection Act and the Connecticut Environmental Policy Act. They both concern not only the natural environment, but the built environment in terms of historic structures. So we're very much akin in the way, all these organizations, we all think pretty much the same way. We all understand that we're stewards of a lot of different things, both the built environment and the natural environment. I'd like to keep in mind, to consider the really amazing expert testimony tonight and deliberate based on that, as well as what you've heard from the developers. And also consider the fact that if there are any relevant state or federal involvements in this, any undertakings that the Connecticut Environmental Policy Act, Connecticut Environmental Protection Act, and possibly Section 106 and other federal regulations would come into play. So thank you very much.
Thank you. For the record, Ed Harwinger left at 11:55. Robin Hogan?
Good evening, still evening. My name's Robin Hogan. I live at 61 Neptune Avenue, about as far as you can get from the White Barn Preserve and still be in Norwalk. I'm at the mouth of the Norwalk River. But I wanted to add a little levity to our conversation tonight and talk about oxymorons, and there's a relevance here. Because I heard an oxymoron tonight that no one's really picked up on, and most people love oxymorons like jumbo shrimp, working mothers, airline food, mud baths. So the oxymoron I'm referring to is a conservation development. I mean, that is a phrase that is inherently contradictory. It's surprising no one mentioned it. But how can you defoliate 5 acres of land adjacent to a nature preserve and claim it to be under the rubric of conservation? I don't get it. You've heard lots of opposition to this high-density development tonight. I urge the Commission to take those sentiments to heart and to ask the developer to find a lower density solution that will have less impact on this fragile environment and be worthy of a conservation designation. Thank you.
Keith Ainsworth, I assume. Joanna Cooper. Joanna Cooper? Okay. Sarah Graber?
Sarah Graber was going to speak on runoff, but she deferred to the testimony of our experts.
Okay. Jennifer and Anthony Kim, I believe, actually were for Richards Avenue, but, okay. John Moling?
Thank you. I think maybe what I have to say is what's important and how quickly I can say it. I am the president of the Norwalk Land Trust. Whatever happens tonight, we will continue to protect and preserve the White Barn Nature Preserve the way we have for the last several years. It really doesn't make any difference whether the city and state paid $700,000 for it or $1. The fact of the matter is that we have a job to do, and we'll do it. We have 26 properties in addition to the White Barn Nature Preserve around Norwalk. We almost ought to be called the Norwalk Water Trust because we're on Betts Brook, we're on the 5 Mile River, we're in Village Creek, we're in the Manresa Marsh, and we care very much about the water that runs through our properties and in some cases surrounds them. In 2010, I and some of my colleagues collected a little over $4,000 from members of the Norwalk Land Trust. It was money that came from Broad River and West Norwalk and Rowayton and Sono and East Norwalk and Sasquatch, and it all went to pulling out a huge double tennis court that Louise Lortel had used. It had a thick asphalt base and 200 feet of 12-foot high chain link fence. We spent over $4,000 pulling that thing out, and once it was gone, we turned it into a meadow. It is a meadow today. I'm not claiming any credit for it. That's our job. That's what we're supposed to do. But I have to tell you that it makes me twist in my chair to think that we went to that much trouble to preserve 2,500 square feet in an important nature preserve, only to turn around and hear somebody say that they're going to just knock away over 2,500 square feet of wetlands. I just don't think that that's a good equation. I really don't. Honestly, I think that there are ways that this proposal can be approved. It's not going to set the developer back very much, I don't believe. It's not my business to judge how much they get set back or don't. But I think that if we could improve the protection for the pond, which at the moment is clear and clean, and at the same time, we could find a way to make our wetlands contiguous instead of accepting the fact that they're chopped and separated. I don't think there's any need of that. And I look forward to coming back and before you and saying that the Land Trust endorses this program. Thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Good evening. I understand they're going to be renovating this room after July 1st. There were monies given, and I think they should add a coffee bar to this. Thank you for all of you for staying here as long as you have, and especially to the commissioners and staff and the applicant. It's important business we have here tonight. I wanted to agree with my fellow Save Cranberry folks, Land Trust folks, and people that have spoken to deny this application or reduce its impact tonight. So I won't repeat many of the things said, especially those of the experts who appeared with Keith Ainsworth. They did an excellent job. I rise here tonight to ask the Commission to deny this application because of all the reasons you have heard, but in addition I wanted to add more food for thought very quickly, and I've been changing and editing this throughout the evening so I don't repeat myself, so please, I'll be very quick. I live in the neighborhood near Woods Pond. I go by this very parcel at least every week on my way to visit my mom in Newtown. And I check on it because I'm very concerned about its viability. As a former 15-year member of the Norwalk Land Trust and one of the founding members of the Save Cranberry Neighborhood Association, I also joined forces and was very proud. We worked very hard for years to save the 5.1 acres. As I wanted to just state for the record that when the applicant talks about all the neighbors that they have talked to, it is a very limited number. Please do not be fooled. Many of the neighbors that are here tonight and many that had to leave are not in favor. I do appreciate that the applicant is thinking about helping some of the folks on Cranberry. There are about 3 or 4 homes whose septic systems may flood. So if there is an approved sewer, that might be a good idea. But you also have to balance that with what sewer extensions do to land development and additional pressures of sprawl that affects, again, the very open spaces that we're here to try to protect tonight. As the main and chief longtime member of the Land Trust, I was one of the chief authors for the Connecticut DEP Open Space Grant that you heard about tonight that yielded the $450,000. I want to tell you, I'm here tonight to tell you that that almost $500,000 was very competitive to achieve. I had friends from across the state that were angry at us because we got the $450,000. The reason that the DEEP allowed us to have that money was because they felt that this property was so exquisite and unique a resource to save that they would put dozens of other applicants across the state on hold till the following years. That's why we wanted to come here today. I actually will submit for the record under my Exhibit 1 when I'm done, a section of the application that I and others put together to achieve the $450,000. Trust me, if the DEEP realizes that the city of Norwalk will not protect a $500,000 investment of taxpayers, what will happen the next time Norwalk asks for some of this open space money? I'm just saying that besides providing a corridor for wildlife, preserving White Barn property will protect water resources in the Saugatuck River watershed, helping to filter polluted runoff into streams, wells, and Long Island Sound, and that's been said before. The population density of the city of Norwalk back in 2007 was 3,654. The population density in the town of Westport in 2006-07 was 1,298. Both municipalities have considerably higher population densities. The reason I'm telling you this is that significant growth has already occurred in the Cranberry section of Norwalk, as well as adjacent sections of Westport. Many longtime owners have subdivided their properties, which has fragmented many of the larger open space parcels. In a typical example from 2003, a single modest Newtown Avenue house on 5.5 acres was replaced by 5 homes. Growth, I don't know who that is. Growth in the area has been tempered by a lack of access to sewer lines, but a proposed sewer line extension could change all that in a negative way. Approval of a sewer line would increase already intense development pressure. This possibility makes it all the more important to preserve this land. When preserved, the property will offer residents exceptional resources for passive recreation. The pond on the property can be used for fishing, boating, and bird watching. Trails, limited trails, could connect some of that woodland and wetland and pond area. Lastly, we had to satisfy the DEP that we had a statement of need that we filled out. And I will just go over 2 of those, and I'm going to hand in the details. And that means that in 1990, because remember, we applied for this before the most recent City Plan of Conservation and Development, or the POCD. This commission is urged to follow our Plan of Conservation and Development of 2008, but also 1990. And in 1990, it called for the city to acquire and maintain open space as natural areas. Likewise, Norwalk's 1996 Master Plan of Parks and Open Space, a document that hardly anyone in this room has ever seen, but it does exist, and Mike Mokay is the keeper of it. It's in due for an update. The important goal is to acquire critical parcels of open space as they become available. And it goes again over about protecting water resources as a significant open space parcel. Under watershed, in order to win that request, Norwalk had to promise to preserve and protect the taxpayers' investment long after the ink was dry on the easement agreement. This application, as written and proposed by the applicant, will damage and probably destroy the very sensitive resources we fought so hard to save. The watershed quality is also so important. Now, I was once the founding president of the neighboring Norwalk River Watershed Association. I'm submitting for the record, Exhibit 2 is the Saugatuck River Watershed Partnership. I sat in on some of their studies, but they did a similar study, and I'm submitting it for the record because they formed a Saugatuck River Watershed Partnership that includes this very land. And so we hope that our City Conservation Commission will respect all the work that they did. My Exhibit 3, and again I will not read it, is a section of, starting with page 14, of the Environment and Infrastructure section of our current 2008 City Plan of Conservation and Development. Now, some of that will be mentioned in the Zoning Commission hearings, but this commission is expected to follow the goals and wishes of this approved document, and I'll submit that for the record. And lastly, I just wanted to say that some will say, hey, you know, it might destroy some of our drinking water. This area was under a moderate, not severe yet, but a moderate drought. Many of the people in this area are still under private drinking water well. Sand and gravel aquifers, especially near the brook, may provide some of that water, but most of the folks are tapping their drinking water from cracks in the bedrock in a unit called bedrock aquifer. Basically, this is the thing that I was hoping this commission would ask, is to hire a hydrogeologist to independently examine the water table and effects of this development on the area private drinking water wells. That is because in a drought period, and we did have droughts in the 80s, the 90s, people that have bedrock aquifers, already the water table would be harder to come by. And the water that's in between the crevices may be drained if you don't recharge enough of that water. When these 15 homes, with the wastewater they normally would send through a well-operating septic system, that actually, once it's cleansed, recharges the water table. In this case of this application, they are taking that water recharge off of the property down into the sewer, down into our sewage treatment plant. And no one has proven yet whether that water budget will be abridged and hurt the many, many wells. At least we feel almost 100 to 200 wells. And since there's been no study of the groundwater, we don't know what the recharge area is. And we think this is too important. Lastly, under process, a feasible and prudent alternative to your commission must be demonstrated by an applicant, not may. And that has not been done adequately, as our experts had said. The application, before it was even accepted on the record, because it's in such a very sensitive private drinking water well supply area, must not be considered complete. And I ask for your patience, your indulgence, and your due diligence. Thank you very much.
The last person is Missy Conrad. Is she- they swapped.
My name's locked up. Good evening, my name is Mary Teresa Conrad officially, Missy Conrad. We've lived, we're now in our third house in Norwalk, which is on Stonecrop Road, just around the corner from this property. At my last house on Mary Austin Place in the Silver Mine area, we were presented, and actually my husband and I had already moved to 3,000 square feet for this particular cranberry proposal, I believe.
Yeah, 2,000 square feet
2,000?
is what I believe that they said on the record. Yeah.
Or more?
No, I believe they said 2,000 square feet, which is not very large.
No, that's not too big. I'm happy. At the Silver Mine, they were much larger at that proposal there, and I thought originally perhaps they were larger. But I would just like, that was one consideration that I thought was very important. And of course, way back when we were doing other environmental issues, the idea of fragmentation of wetlands and open space. I remember with the Route 7, the new Route 7, they said, oh, we're gonna give you open space here, and then there'll be another open space on the other side of the highway. And you're saying, well, that's not too convenient for the animals. So the fragmentation is also another problem to consider. So I think, and the 50-foot setback from the pond, I think I would certainly recommend, please go with the state of Connecticut, because our Norwalk laws are so out of date. And the idea of the storms that we are now going to be having, I'm carrying rocks around my neighborhood to put them along the road because the erosion is tremendous. I lost so much because we're on an incline. And the rains are much, they come. I lived along the Silver Mine for 33 years, and that river changed so much. Every time they took down the trees, Silver River Court upstream, there was so much whoosh down the sewer, and then a lower river. The whole thing changed so much. So I thank you for your work. I see that in the public announcement you were called the Inland Wetlands Agency, so you have a couple of, the Conservation Commission, and then you're the Inland we do not have a separate inland wetlands agency. So thank you for your work, and please make sure that we consider even the weight of these buildings or the spread of them in a, 10, and the setbacks, please. The state level is much better than 50 feet. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Robert Cutler was not here. Does someone want to,
I would just like to make one comment. The note that I took on the housing from the earlier conversation, if I took it correctly, was that 2,000 feet was the footprint, but it's a multi-story house.
okay, it's something that the applicant will have to respond to. Does anyone have a letter from Robert Cutler that they want to submit to the record?
Excuse me just one moment.
I think Joanne had that, but she just left.
And is there anyone else here that has not spoken that wishes to speak? Okay. Then I would ask,
We're finding the Cutler letter.
and is Marty Holman here?
The story was a fellow was here with kids, he left, and
Unless you pulled it out while you were.
yeah.
Okay, and then you were gonna check out the dates.
I checked out. March 10th, 2007. However, I need to check with him because I think someone said it's in April in the second.
Yeah, we heard you.
The board said it.
I have to check with him. He went to the big bus.
Okay.
I have to check on that second.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
That's
you.
why I just heard that and wait.
That's okay.
Thank you.
That's okay.
That's great.
All right, I think it is, okay. So at this point, there's no further public that wishes to speak. I would like to take a 2-minute recess first so that I can talk to staff. Okay, so at this point, in light of the time, we are going to hold the hearing open. We're going to continue so that at the next meeting, the applicant can rebut to all the comments and questions that were generated tonight. Considering that it's 12:20, I don't know if anyone will be able to retain anything at this point. So
Just for the record, it's strictly for that purpose. There's no more public commentary, strictly rebuttal by us, comments made.
correct.
Even though there was some people.
So, do we need a motion?
Make a motion, we close, not close, but we adjourn tonight.
Well, I don't think it strictly has to be for the public. Why is that?
Has the public spoken?
May I address the committee?
No, I think they're
You can't.
ignoring. The public was
Spoke.
noticed, and we've gone through the list. I've asked everyone if someone has not.
Point of order, Madam Chairwoman. Excuse me, there's no point of order for the floor, Diane. So
We
let
have
them
not
finish their
established this.
Just let them continue their discussion.
So, we can keep the public hearing open.
Well, our procedure has always been to allow the public to speak, and when the public is done, then it goes back to rebuttal, and then we have to consider what to do after that.
Right.
So the public has spoken, they've been
The
asked, is there
public has
anything else?
not
that-
finished speaking because of the hour. The public has not finished. Where is the letter?
So,
That's
Oh.
not fair.
Oh, the
It's
letter,
so late. That is not fair for human people with children. We must be fair
the
here.
letter is here.
All right,
We got the letter, we got everything.
all right. It's late, excuse me, and thank you.
So at this point, I would just say that we should keep it open just for rebuttal. But I'm open to whatever you commissioners.
What do we have to do at this point? We're not closing the public hearings.
No.
So I'm asking the staff.
You could either continue it tonight, and then the applicant will do their rebuttal and summary, and then
That's
then
not
you
happening.
choose to close the hearing. Or
Because
you
how
can-
would even we lose a quorum?
Right. So you can continue the public hearing.
What's the next thing that comes in the public hearing according to regulation?
Will be a rebuttal from them.
Okay.
Just a
Make a motion, we adjourn.
Okay, motion's been made by.
I second them.
Seconded by Robert Mercurio. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Abstentions?
Good night.
The only